Let me try that again. Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's meeting of the Federal Communications Commission's Technological Advisory Council, or the TAC as we call it. Today's meeting is the final meeting of this particular TAC group, the FCC's fifth TAC under our current charter. I'm so pleased that we can have this meeting with all of us here in person and others attending virtually. Thanks so much to those of you who made the effort to come in person, but also thanks so much to those of you who have signed in virtually. For those in the public watching this hybrid meeting who may not be familiar with the TAC, we are a diverse group of technology experts who have been selected to provide technical expertise to the FCC to identify important areas of innovation and to develop informed technology policies supporting United States competitiveness in the global economy. We are all volunteers. We serve on the TAC with the common mission of providing the FCC with the best possible advice on important technological issues, often longer-term issues than those on the day-to-day FCC's docket. This meeting is the culmination of a very condensed schedule in 2023, which ran from March through August and required very fast-paced work, truly a Herculean effort. I'm very proud of our output, which I'll describe in a minute, but I'd like to express my thanks to every TAC member and a special thanks to our working group chairs, who I'll be introducing as the meeting proceeds, for all the time that all of you have spent on the TAC's work, again, as volunteers. The TAC's 2023 work built upon our output in 2022 and consisted of gathering, digesting, and analyzing information on significant technological developments in the areas we've been asked to investigate under our charter, and developing relevant and useful recommendations. Today, you will hear our recommendations to the FCC in these important areas. Moreover, we will vote on 2 white papers on important technological issues for the FCC's consideration. One of our key topics has continued to be 6G. When we began last year, we were the only U.S. governmental body beginning to consider and plan for 6G. Since then, the National Security Council convened a meeting with public and private parties, but our own work has continued. As FCC Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel stated last year when she appointed us, quote, "The United States must lead the world in advancing ambitious 6G research and development. We know that maintaining our leadership in high-priority emerging technologies requires careful planning and execution. There are signals that need our attention, from the need for more spectrum to the vulnerabilities of supply chains to the changing dynamics of global standards development. We are starting that work here and now by reestablishing the TAC and charging it to conceptualize 6G to help set the stage for our leadership." Quote, end quote. Those words remain true to this day. Accordingly, you'll hear today our latest recommendations on 6G. I'm excited that we'll be presenting our 6G white paper, our 6G, quote, working group position paper, close quote. The paper focuses on several key aspects of 6G: global development, spectrum, security, and perhaps most importantly, from my perspective, the role we hope 6G can play in closing the digital divide. 6G is still in a very early stage, which is the perfect time to provide this input. As I've stated previously, the world is not waiting for the U.S. to wake up and begin working on 6G. No, every day we see numerous efforts all over the world on 6G moving forward, and those efforts are all very positive too. In North America, the private sector has begun working on 6G, and actually this very morning, the NextG Alliance will be releasing its own report on spectrum for 6G.
How about it? Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thanks. As important as our 6G white paper is, the TAC's work is not by any means limited to 6G. Another important area of our work has been on advanced spectrum sharing, and I'm very proud that our advanced spectrum sharing group will present a white paper of their own entitled A Preliminary Review of Spectrum Bands in the 7.125 to 24 gigahertz range and a summary of spectrum sharing frameworks. That's a great white paper as well. A tremendous amount of work went into the preparation of these papers, and kudos to everyone who provided input, did drafting, presented edits, and resolved edits. We cannot and do not view 6G and spectrum sharing in isolation from one another. So although these two papers were drafted separately, I think they pair together very well, and the two will hopefully be very useful to the FCC. In addition, our charter extends to other areas of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence. The latter topic has been a recent focus of the FCC itself, based in part on our prior input, and our Emerging Technologies Group has delved into a whole range of topics that are very far-reaching and quite interesting. Ensuring U.S. leadership in all of these areas is crucial in its own right and is also intertwined with achieving leadership in 6G. So today, you will hear throughout this meeting from the leaders of our 4 working groups. Those groups are 6G, Advanced Spectrum Sharing, Emerging Technologies, and Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. The leaders will present draft recommendations, which the full TAC will vote upon and transmit to the FCC, and you will hear in detail about these 2 white papers, which we will also vote on and transmit to the Commission. I'd like to conclude by thanking FCC Chairwoman Rosenworcel, FCC Chief Engineer Ron Rapazzi, the talented and hardworking staff of the FCC, including our designated federal officer, Michael Ha, our deputy federal officer, Martin Doksat, and so many other dedicated FCC staffers. I'd like to give special thanks to Michael. This is Michael's final meeting as our designated federal officer. Michael, you've done a tremendous job over the years. Thanks so much to you. And to Martin, who will succeed Michael, let me say you have big shoes to fill, but I'm quite confident that you will excel in this role too. Now I'll turn the floor over to FCC Chief Engineer Ron Rapazzi.
Thank you, Dean, and a warm welcome to everyone. Not just warm because it's heartfelt, but warm because we're in the middle of August, and this happens to be our final TAC meeting for this cycle. I appreciate everybody's participation in the TAC for this, I'd say, a little bit truncated cycle for 2023. Some may have even not been aware that all this work has been going on. Some that are not involved in the day-to-day activities of the TAC may have even thought that it's been dormant or just kind of lost connection with the Commission. That, of course, has not been the case, as evidenced by the 2 white papers that we have to review and approve here at the TAC, as well as the many recommendations from the 4 working groups that Dean has teed up in the form of his introductory remarks. So I'm looking forward to the discussion and going through the white papers and the recommendations. And again, a heartfelt thank you to all the co-chairs for the working groups. Incredible amount of work went into getting us to where we are today, and to the liaisons at the FCC, and also, of course, to our designated federal officer and alternate designated federal officer for keeping everything running behind the scenes smoothly as we approach this final meeting for our TAC. So welcome, everyone, and let's go to the final remarks and jump into the recommendations.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of our TAC members. As Ron noted, August is kind of an odd month for a TAC meeting, but nothing appears to be normal in DC these days. And I meant the weather over here. As Dean noted, this is my last TAC meeting as a designated federal officer, and Martin will be the new DFO moving forward. In fact, he has been already taking the leadership role and preparing this August TAC meeting for us. It's remarkable that we still have a few of our original TAC members, and my participation a little over a decade long compares, to those who served TAC for over 2 decades. Seems a very little contribution. And I know how our weekly working group meetings energize our members as well as our FCC liaisons, and I hope to continue to listen in from my desk. I remember attending a TIA meeting when I was a junior engineer, and then the mayor of New Orleans at the time said, some people come to my town and they spend their money foolishly, and others spend it very wisely. And he said, I don't care, just spend it. So in a similar token, I'd like to ask all of our TAC members to continue to serve the commission in any capacity they can and provide us updates on the latest technology developments and how the commission can benefit from it. And thank you very much, and I'll pass the microphone to Martin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. First, I would also like to extend my congratulations and thanks to Michael, who's run the TAC so successfully over these past couple of years. As the incoming designated federal officer, I'll also be joined by a new deputy DFO, Sean Yoon, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. The commission has repeatedly highlighted the good work that the TAC's been doing, and which it's been doing for over a decade since it was first formed back in 2010. We expect that work to continue. Oh, I'm sorry. We expect that work to continue into the future. As Dean, Ron, and Michael have said, there's been a lot of work that's occurred in a relatively short time period, and I'd like to extend my thanks to those of you who have put a great deal of effort to get to where we are today. Under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, advisory committee charters expire every 2 years, and the TAC will be up for renewal at the beginning of September, which is why the working groups will be presenting their final recommendations under this charter at today's meeting. Before this charter expires, the Commission plans to reauthorize the TAC and will be seeking applications for new members, and we hope those here today on the TAC will consider rejoining us to continue to provide meaningful advice and actionable recommendations for the agency. Speaking of new members, I'd like to welcome Lee Ching Sung, who is the new liaison for NTIA. Welcome, Lee Ching. And finally, a few additional meeting logistics before we get into the presentations. The agenda mentions roll call, but we'll account for everyone based on the presence here in the room today, as well as based on who's logged into Teams, so we'll skip that part of the agenda, but we'll make sure we note everyone who's attended. For each working group, we'll have a presentation from the working group chairs, followed by a discussion and then a call for vote for each deliverable, including both the slides and the working group paper, should there happen to be one. If you're a TAC member in the room and you have a tent card, as we've done in the past, please turn it to the side to note that you'd like to speak, or just raise your hand. And also the folks online, if you can use the raise your hand feature in Teams, then we'll make a note of that in the room as well. Each working group will have 45 minutes to present their findings, and we'll have a break in the middle for lunch. That's about it, and I can show the agenda as well. Okay, so with that said, we'll move on to the working group presentations.
So we'll start with the Emerging Technologies Group Working Group, and Mark Walter of the CTA.
Okay, microphone check first, seems to be working. Next moment of truth is whether the clicker works. Let's see, let me go back and make sure we hit this. Yeah, so we're the Emerging Technologies Working Group. I co-chair along with Henning. Henning got sidelined for a little bit, but he's back in the saddle just in time, so he'll cover the positioning portion of our presentation. Here are our working group members. I want to thank everybody who joined our calls. We have the Monday time slot, so we get our slot gets interrupted a few times by Monday holidays, but everybody was great about pitching in. Okay, the left column here of this slide, I think people may remember the Emerging Technology Working Group covered a really broad portfolio in 2022 and wrote out some recommendations, but we did not uncover everything. So this kind of catch-up session, shortened catch-up session in 23, we met at the beginning and tried to pick out just a few things to dive a little deeper into that were essentially left over from 2022. Yeah, there's a couple things we covered previously, like we had several presentations on satellite-related things, some neat stuff going on there, but we felt like it mostly had homes in other places. We scratched the surface on reliability and restoration of internet. It's its own ball of wax, if you will. But we did a bunch on kind of positioning and technologies that were emerging for locating where things are. And so that topic, and two that we talked about but really didn't get into in 2022, we decided were appropriate for this session. So device location use cases, AR, VR, and related technologies, and their impact on spectrum or their future spectrum needs. And finally, reflective intelligent surfaces, or some call it reconfigurable intelligent surfaces. So those are our three deeper dives we did in 23. Okay, I'm going to pass to Henning, let him cover positioning, then I'll jump back on.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time. The screen hasn't gotten any bigger after they changed locations. So positioning and location in general have received a lot of attention because it's one of these foundational technologies that is necessary for the mundane driving to highly important public safety and other applications in that. So our working group received an interesting presentation by NAB in that leverages existing technologies as opposed to relying on the GPS and similar satellite constellations to provide that. Generically, and generally speaking, there has been a lot of interest recently in supplementing the existing well-known location technologies that are built into every smartphone by other technologies that have trade-offs that are different than, say, GPS are, in particular that may not be as subject to disruption or that may function in environments that are GPS denied or that are particularly suited for environments where GPS just doesn't work, such as indoor. However, as it turned out during the presentation, when we talk about location, we're really talking about not positioning. All of the location technologies are inherently about time. It's all about time of flight of signals to locations. So it turns out that the foundation for all location technologies is highly accurate time. And so from our perspective in our broader mission of the working group, positioning and timing is actually an example where communication technologies serve a secondary purpose, if you want, namely providing time and location information in that. So an example of this coexistence of sensing, if you want to call it that, and localization coexisting with timing. There we go. So a research team at NAB has proposed a broadcast positioning system, BPS, that allows to use ATSC 3.0 of emerging broadcast technology for embedding time and location services in those systems without building a new transmitter infrastructure. So it is an addition to the existing transmitters, so it requires software and hardware, both at the sender and the transmitter and the receiver, but it does not require building new towers, launching satellites, or other things. So the deployment costs should be relatively modest. It is compliant with existing standards, so no new standards for the base technology are necessary. Obviously, standards for the precise way of conveying time information would be necessary in that. And it has the advantage that it is independent of other technologies. So it does not require GPS, at least at the time of reception. It does not require an internet connectivity or cellular connectivity. So it is ideally suited in principle to serve situations where any of these are unavailable, either temporarily or because of issues of availability geographically. So how does time delivery work? It's in addition to the standard ATSC signal that is sent for that. So the tower is equipped with a reference time device, so it needs a high precision timing device at its base, if you like, in that, and then it embeds that time signal to the over-the-air signal. So whatever kind of base parameters is that one TV tower, so if I can hear as a receiver with a device that is tailored to receive that signal, timing signal, one TV tower is sufficient to provide accurate time at a known location. So in order to get, because of speed of light propagation, if I require precise time that is sufficient where 50 miles distance may matter, or 10 or 20 miles to the tower may matter, I need to know where I am. But for time applications, that's fairly typically not a problem. So for example, for many timing applications that require high precision, such as cell towers or data centers, they obviously, they typically don't move, and secondly, they know precisely where they are, down to probably to the meter level accuracy. So they know exactly what the distance to the radio tower, to the TV tower happens to be. Under that assumption, with a 95% probability, according to the modeling that the NAB team did, you should be able to get 100 nanosecond accuracy, which satisfies almost all precision timing requirements, and is generally actually better than what you can go get through internet-based timing mechanisms remotely, like NTP, for example. If you have multiple towers, you can do what you do with GPS, namely you can do lateration, and you can get both time and positioning information. However, the accuracy of that, because of the distances involved and the ability to measure precise time of arrival, is much more limited, about 100 meters or so. So the working group was of the opinion that the time information is probably, for many applications, the more valuable contribution, and inherently, particularly because of a dependency of cellular networks, as well as for many distributed applications, so almost all distributed data center applications that we are familiar with, whether that's AWS S3 or databases, they all rely on highly precise timing to deconflict changes, for example. So those were seen as most promising, at least in the current implementation. However, even rough timing might be useful to detect GPS spoofing, because say, for example, you're on a ship and suddenly, as has happened, your ship position jumps by a few miles. Well, if you have that additional TV information, you might confirm that maybe somebody's spoofing your GPS signal in that. And there might be hybrid situations as well. In general, we could only scratch the surface of this broader array of positioning technologies, which are seeing very active development in a variety of technologies. So for example, the non-GPS, LEO-based, satellite-based attempts to use location technology, to use those for location in that. So leveraging existing systems for better location and timing information, I believe, has significant promise. So the recommendation of the working group are listed here. These offer promise simply because they don't require additional spectrum. They avoid many of the challenges that we'll be hearing later during the day of having spectrum challenges, particularly for location type of systems in location. They're not a replacement for radar, for example. We need high precision and high reliability location and timing services for anything from autonomous vehicles to pedestrian, like for navigation for people who are blind. We need indoor, reliable indoor and ubiquitous indoor location for more complex indoor situations, and precision location for industrial applications. Think robotics and warehouses and logistics and so on, where sub-meter level location is necessary. And as mentioned, it is not just about the precision, it is also about reliability and, in some situations, the ability to function in a hostile environment where people might want to spoof your signal as well. I think that's all I have for this particular topic. And we'll move on.
All right, thanks, Henning. And I guess we're doing pretty well on time. We could take questions on that section because we're going to pivot if we want to, but.
Tom on the,
Okay.
on the in Teams has his hand up.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. Can you comment on the resiliency of the broadcast positioning system and whether, how it compares to other timing sources? And I presume that if you were to adopt something like that in the future, that you'd need an ATSC 3.0 or future capable device. Is that true?
I was missing some words, so maybe.
Yeah, so I think there's two parts, and Lynn, I don't know if you want to chime in, but so part of it, yes, you must be able to receive.
Madeline from ATSC is on the Teams, and perhaps Madeline may want to answer those questions. Madeline?
Sure. Well, I would certainly defer to Lynn. NAB is a longtime member of ATSC, so I was going to field the questions, but given that Lynn's hand is up, I could defer to Lynn, and we could go from there.
Lynn?
There we are. I think the resilience is somewhat dependent on how many towers. You can see the geographic diversity of towers. In our modeling, at most locations, you would have the ability to see over a dozen towers. I think we had a slide in the presentation that showed that through the continental U.S. So the resilience is primarily in geographic diversity, and then it's just dependent at each of those sites on whether they are physically standing and whether there is, of course, there usually is backup power at a broadcast location. So I don't think there's any rigorous study that looks at the reliability, but all the elements of redundant systems and diversity in terms of geography would tend to suggest that the network would be quite reliable.
And the advantage of some fixed location, which goes to your remark about the number of towers you can see, so to say, is that you generally have the advantage of being able to install a higher reaching antenna that sees more TV towers than you would in many mobile applications, for example, where you're carrying the antenna in your pocket, where that would be less feasible, and where you may have shading in urban canyons that you would not experience in a data center type of situation, where you can put up a 100-foot tower if that's what it takes, so, for resiliency.
Other questions or comments?
This
Oh,
is-
Madeline, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think there's another aspect of the resiliency which can be mentioned, which is that there's frequency diversity as well. If a bad actor were to try to not only jam the GPS system, but also jam this backup system, if there are multiple towers offering the service, then they would have to jam a whole lot of frequencies in the UHF band and perhaps even the VHF band in order to defeat this backup system. So I think that's an important piece. Another question that was raised was, what about the receiver piece? Yes, certainly an ATSC receiver and demodulator would be required in order to acquire the signal and find the data that it's looking for. my understanding, and again, I would defer to Lynn or Brian on this, would be that the receiver we would be talking about would be a lot simpler and lighter weight than, for example, a television set, because the information that the receiver is looking for is very low down in the signaling structure. So the receiver does not need to parse and demodulate everything all the way up to the video. It only needs to get the bootstrap, the preamble, and some very low-level signaling in order to process the data that it's looking for. So that's my understanding about the receiver piece. So yes, definitely a receiver would be needed. And I think the comment about where is the antenna located and how robust is the receive antenna is a good question. And some of the things that Lynn's group has worked on is a calculation of how many towers can be seen relative to where you place your receive antenna, particularly in terms of height. And I think that in the scenarios that were mentioned where you might have a tower that's 100 feet tall, it was something like some 70 broadcast towers could be within reach of that. Whereas if you're getting into the few meters tall or even handheld range, the number would certainly go down, but still a surprisingly large number of diverse locations that you could be reaching even from those spaces. Thanks.
Marvin?
One of the requirements is to have a reference time at the broadcast tower, and I wonder if that means we need atomic clocks at our broadcasting towers?
Yeah, this really depends on, maybe we should answer that, but it depends on what your accuracy requirements are. These are not going to be your clocks that you're going to run in your home or whatever, but they're now, since the number of these clocks would be much smaller than the number of receivers, you would want a cesium clock or something like that, depending on the accuracy that you would need. And those have gotten, from what my understanding is, they're still car priced, they're not mobile phone priced, but they've become much more affordable in that. So yes, that is, and this actually raises, and I want to, before maybe somebody else wants to comment on that, is I would, and this is my more personal opinion, for many of these adjunct uses of or provision of location and timing, the business model is probably one of the challenging things because it's almost by definition a public service. Namely, it's hard as GPS. In other words, none of the existing positioning systems have really figured out, that wasn't the intent, how you charge on a use basis. And so you have that chicken and egg problem. Unless you can provide it cheaply, nobody's going to buy the equipment to receive it, and you don't know how many people are actually going to use it and all of that. So this almost seems to be most naturally a public service as opposed to a private for sale service in that, which makes it challenging unless it is so cheap for the TV stations to provide that they find it useful, for example, for their own purposes, and that, or there are other reasons to provide it. So that is something, obviously, that is not a technology issue, but I suspect that's going to drive deployment more than some of the technology challenges. Namely, who's going to pay for it, basically, and why would you do it as a TV stations if you cannot recover the investment, even if it's not millions, how are you going to recover that investment?
Mark?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the question the one person had in the resiliency, is that the FM broadcast stations, the AM and the television stations are all part of the EBS, emergency broadcast systems. So they're basically what we're relying upon if everything falls apart to still communicate and operate. So it puts us in a pretty resilient position.
Greg?
Thank you. I just have a question about across the country, where would this be most effective? Because I've been thinking in a highly urban area, New York, Chicago, most of the broadcast comes from the same building, the same two buildings. So you don't have a lot of geographic diversity of what you can hear. In rural areas, long distances between different towers. So where is this most effective?
Yeah, so this is kind of a discussion in the working group that we believe, for the reasons you mentioned and the accuracy that's currently possible, that the timing backup is actually probably the most valuable piece, and that only requires one tower. the ability to hear one TV station. So that would work well in both rural and urban environments in that. And so this high precision timing to me is, so generally you can get internet-based NTP type timing down to a microsecond or so, I would say, with modest effort in that. So this drives it down another order of magnitude, which is hard to do with network-based timing technology. So I see it primarily as useful for synchronization applications in telecom networks where you need sub-microsecond precision. In that, less so except for kind of the spoofing validation where the issues you mentioned raise themselves, namely how many TV stations can you actually hear in rural areas, and where you might be more antenna constrained simply because you're talking about mobile applications in many cases, like whether that's aeronautical or whether that's where you care or marine type applications is where you're somewhat more constrained on both reach of TV towers. They don't, once you get out of the 10-mile area, the number of TV stations you can hear probably goes down pretty quickly. And so that's where I think the consensus of the working group was that the primary use case was for high precision timing information, not for high precision location information.
Other comments or questions? I'd like to just first of all thank the NAB and ATSC for their presentation and their work on this. I think it's a very interesting topic, especially for us, because there is a whole series of both public and private interests, as Henning alluded to, that are in play here. The FCC approved ATSC in late 2017. The accelerating the transition to ATSC 3.0 is obviously in ATSC and NAB's interests and the FCC's interests, since the FCC approved it as being in the public interest. That's one set of factors here. A second, I remember around the same time in the 2017-2018 timeframe participating in meetings at the U.S. Department of Transportation that were convened pursuant to, I believe, an executive order in which DOT was looking for a GPS backup. And of course, very challenging to come up with a GPS backup that doesn't cost a fortune, that could have national coverage, and that will provide especially the kind of timing that is under consideration here. And then by the same token, the cellular industry itself has a strong interest in in reliability and in having a backup to GPS, both for because of the concern about spoofing and some nefarious activity, for timing, and also for positioning. So I think it's a great example where there are a whole panoply of both private and public factors that drive technology development, and that the Commission should know about, and that other agencies, the U.S. government, need to know about. So thanks very much, Henning. Brian, I'll turn it. Anyone else?
Dean?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Was just a quick footnote to this. I was thinking, reflecting on my distant past, I agree. I think the business model is probably the more problematic of this idea, which I think is a great idea. One of the thoughts I had is that PBS stations might be easier to equip with this technology because you could do grants through NTIA for the equipment to go in the stations. So you might kind of look at a business model that would be based on the public stations. And I think that would work, fairly well for timing, not positioning very well, I'm sure. Just a thought.
Oh, that's a good thought, Dick. Thank you.
Yeah. And Lynn, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the public broadcasters, they're geographically diverse sometimes from others, so maybe there's another benefit too.
Yeah, there are.
That's good point.
It's kind of the more the merrier philosophy. The more towers you have, the more you can see, the more chance you have at doing accurate positioning. But the comments are well placed that the timing application only needs to see one tower, and so that's kind of the low-hanging fruit.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, very good. So we'll move on to AR/VR. So this was a topic we added. I want to thank Misha for helping drive it and collecting a couple of speakers for us. The notion behind it was, as we introduce an assumption that AR and VR applications grow, that there are some unique spectrum needs, so we wanted to investigate that. We had a great speaker from Qualcomm and another from Ericsson. Looked at it two different ways. Qualcomm kind of looked at like marketplace, and then some of the unique requirements. There's a good setup for the Ericsson presentation, which was more of a simulation and drill down on, okay, what does this do to a 5G or 6G network if people are trying to do these AR and VR applications. So I'll try to cover these quickly. Some of this is well known. We avoided the food fight over whether you call it AR, VR, XR, metaverse. So we're just calling it AR, VR. And even for like our forecasters at CTA, it's hard to pin it down anymore when we try to bucket things into whether they are an AR headset or a VR headset. Kind of in short, VR, is full immersion. AR, most people think of as a digital overlay of your physical world, so you don't actually immerse in a separate world. You're still seeing your physical world. The reason it's hard is because now headsets can do both, basically. There's a thriving ecosystem, some very big players. Most of the names Meta, HTC, Magic Leap, Vuzix's been in it. They've all been in it for a while. Vuzix, maybe you don't know, there have been about AR headsets for the most part. Apple has announced, I think their product is shipping in 24. There's kind of the way Qualcomm positioned it, sort of two modes, if you will, or ways of operating, what they call tethered, which it assumes there's a phone, in this case, like a phone device tethered in close proximity to the headset. And then what they call standalone, which is like the classic Oculus, this put on visor, doing all this rendering nearby. The reason it's a little hard to conceptualize, even like the ones we call standalone, there's usually a wire, because one of your big challenges is computation and trying to get some of the either the battery or the computation off the headset so that the headset's not so heavy. Let me address this fifth point next, because it's kind of the crux of what makes this such a challenging problem. There's this well-known 20 millisecond latency requirement. So that's what people in the industry call motion to photon. When you move your head, what you're seeing in your screen for an immersive VR application, within 20 milliseconds needs to respond. Otherwise, you get the sim sickness, kind of this nauseous stuff happening. So if you're doing any of the rendering off device, you can immediately see what the challenge is. Like you've got to communicate some stuff about where your position is changing if you're rendering off the headset and get it back. So there are a bunch of techniques to relax that, so it's not like a hard bound on 20 milliseconds, time warping, and other games you can play, error concealment. But nonetheless, there's this really tight requirement that the rendering of the image needs to stay very tightly coupled to the motion of the head. Backing up to the next bullet above that, the edge cloud rendering aspect. I mentioned this. There's a huge challenge of getting the headsets light enough to be comfortable, and so trying to offload or balance, like where do you put rendering, and can it be done not only a device nearby, but push it back up one more level to the cloud edge. That's kind of where we stand, and then Ericsson will leverage some of that, separate presentation, but how they arrive at some of the demands for spectrum. In any case, Qualcomm concluded, you need a lot of spectrum, you need both licensed and unlicensed. And there's also positioning aspects, so these newer bands that are very wideband, like 6 gigahertz and the 60 gigahertz, so they put a little kind of a shout out thank you for facilitating the coexistence of radar and communications aspects in the 60 gigahertz band. And then more spectrum needed if we're going to offload in outdoor. So if we're going to get to really rich, I guess you call it AR outdoor applications, then that's where the spectrum demand comes in. And also that's a topic that Ericsson focused on. So theirs was a simulation-based presentation. They'd done some work looking at different offload scenarios. In other words, how much of the compute and rendering are you offloading from the headset to, in this case, cloud edge normally is what we're talking about. And in the appendix of our slides, because obviously with a simulation like this, the assumptions are really critical to what you end up determining. So there's more of those simulation parameters if you're interested in the appendix. One of the things that comes up, but there's this latency requirement, but what it triggers is that because these are very demanding applications, and it's the uplink from the user or the equipment needs to be robust all the way to the edge. That's part of what in the simulation drives this capacity demand or lowering of capacity. So let me keep going. Okay, here's the left side is basically kind of baseline. Like here's what networks might expect with normal EMBB kind of traffic. No particular introduction of AR and VR applications. Then the chart in the middle shows capacity implications for most of the rendering on the device. So you have these devices, these applications, expect them to grow. Still, most of the rendering is on the device, but there's always interaction with the network, and you still have these latency issues. But even for AR applications, where you're not trying to completely synchronize head motion with your virtual world, if the information is delayed a lot and you're trying to do kind of real-time AR, it's not going to be a successful application. The right side column is what they call low-rate edge cloud rendering, so pushing some of the rendering off the device away from the user up to the cloud and doing the rendering there. And because of this uplink demand, that's where the capacity, you have these few users with a high demand on the network and lowering the capacity. Okay, so recommendations. FCC conduct more internal research on spectrum needs, looking at specialized applications. So, sorry, wrong slide. Thank you, Martin. So it's an area we recommend we continue to look at because of the specialized demand on spectrum. And it's not like it's lost on you guys that we need more spectrum, so I'm sure that's being considered. But we also encourage research and work on spectrum allocations and other sharing mechanisms. Maybe a good tee up here for Manisha and Andy's work. So finally, we do note market demand for immersive services is heavily dependent on quality. So the implication is we have to get there for the quality to be good enough for there to be market demand. This is true. Right now, CTA has some data. We have our forecast on headsets. I'd say we're kind of in that period of realistic expectations. We're past the metaverse hype. We saw it at CES. There's actually quite a few companies showing stuff, and especially in more like enterprise, people have pivoted to where they see real solutions that people will buy now. But the demand is kind of like upper single digits, kind of low double digit growth. 3 million or so headsets for VR. AR is still pretty low, interestingly. So I think that's it on this presentation.
Why don't we see any comments or questions on this AR, XR topic? The only thing I'll say is densifying any cellular network by 2.8 to 4x by 2027 is certainly a gigantic economic challenge. It also would present, tremendous logistical challenges. How do you get those sites? How do you ensure the absence of interference? I mean, that's just a whole series of gigantic challenges.
Yeah, and so one of the topics, just as a kind of another angle where we traditionally divide kind of the world into the unlicensed, primarily home, the outdoor licensed spectrum type of debate, is it is quite possible that a fair amount of AR that is talked about, like for industrial application, will actually be on private CBRS type of networks, and that's simply that because that will provide the quality of service guarantees and avoid some of the spectrum issues, as well as ubiquity is not required. You really only care about that one production facility or whatever that is using AR for assisting technicians to fix equipment or whatever AR is being proposed for in that. So I do think, as a general matter, for kind of a messaging perspective, the effort of the working group, I think, is particularly useful in a more differentiated picture because, particularly in the 6G discussion outside this particular body, there's a lot of just automated reasoning which goes to, oh yeah, 6G is going to support AR, VR without any real differentiation as to what are the applications. Who's going to use them? Do they need to be ubiquitous, or is it sufficient if they're supported in certain settings, for example, a stadium or a production facility? And so I think this is a first step in a more differentiated picture, simply because unlike, say, navigation or general internet applications, which we assume to be ubiquitously needed, or media streaming or things like that, AR and VR is probably going to be much more localized by its application and much more differentiated by location than some of the traditional applications are.
I agree completely with that, Henning. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
All right, we will forge ahead to reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, RIS, and thank goodness we have an acronym for this one. So we have one presentation from Dr. Abari. It's very good. He kind of covered two areas, and we hit on both of them in our slide deck here. One of them I think we would consider truly kind of the RIS application. The other was backscatter, kind of a form of metamaterial or metasurface, if you will. But here's a summary for those who haven't read or heard about it. But this notion of usually a metasurface of some kind that is actively controlled to change its characteristics to improve performance. So everything I've seen is using it as some sort of beamformer, and the idea is to improve reception somehow in some sort of difficult environment, whether that's outdoors, say like a 5G or 6G application, or the one that Dr. Abari was studying and built a solution for, going from outdoor, like a base station outside, through a window into an office and trying to get coverage inside an office. That's what they're trying to deal with. There are some hard challenges here, like I guess related to all kinds of beamforming, trying to do all the channel estimation, get that part right. So there's a lot of like system stuff where the receiver is communicating, in this case with a metasurface, which is also pointing back to whatever the base station or whatever your source of communications is. So there's a lot of work in the area, but I think probably everybody's trying to figure out, like, is it cost effective? Does it solve enough of a problem to to be worth the effort. So it's neat. I think it's fascinating stuff they're doing, but some, I'd say, challenging systems problems to solve. So let me move ahead. Then the other part of Dr. Abari's research was on, part of what their lab does is kind of IoT device support, especially I guess you call them like low cost, high volume kinds of putting sensors out in fields and stuff like that. So they played around with doing, using backscatter, kind of a metamaterial backscatter type application. So you can have, it's sort of a classic, you have something that's interrogating and what is almost like a passive device, reflecting energy and communicating some information back. In this case, they're using the metamaterial to do backscatter and do kind of guided backscatter, if you will, retro reflection. So that looked kind of neat and promising. I don't think, doesn't seem to have like a big implication for FCC in this case. So the one we didn't, well, let me move ahead to this slide, and then I'll get to recommendations, maybe have some discussion on what's next. There are some good references to look at here. I'd say we didn't have a speaker cover a great taxonomy on RIS, because there are, quote, passive applications, but there are also people experimenting with active applications, active solutions where there's some power used. Even kind of the passive ones, there's something active there because you got to steer these metamaterial surfaces. So there is some power consumption and some smarts involved, even in the surface itself. Okay, our recommendations. So we do recommend that it's worth exploring as part of a future working group. It's kind of a rich area of work going on here, although there is some indication that perhaps it's fallen down a little bit, I guess we'd say. Jack, I'd look to you to maybe comment. It doesn't seem to be the highest priority in some of the 3GPP and other efforts at this point. So I don't know if that's an indication that the kind of cost effectiveness or the return on the complexity and investment is not as good as we thought. But and we do note a couple other things. There are some, like all good technologies, there are some malicious applications. So it's worth watching out. People playing around with RISs for maybe steering signals or intercepting signals. And this is the second advisement as well I just mentioned. Seems to be maybe decreased in importance in 6G efforts. Okay. I can let me hit the summary, and then we can do all the whatever kind of leftover questions. Is that okay, Dean?
That's fine.
Okay. So positioning and location use cases, we hit that one pretty good. We thought we were going to do precision and location. That was what our early discussion was, but I think the NAB presentation was fascinating, really had us thinking about so what is going on in the PNT world and what are the problems associated with it. I would just comment, though, I think the broader topic of what people call combined sensing and communications, where, and Henning referred to this, where people are looking at the signal both for its information content, but also what else can you learn from it, like being able to derive position from signals. So IEEE is standardizing stuff there. UWB is basically does the same thing, figure out both the position and communicate a little bit of data along with it. So I think that area is still really rich for investigation. Spectrum needs of AR and VR, we just talked about that. Then finally, RIS, it's worth, I think the jury's still out, at least as far as I can tell, Like, is there something very cool going on here? I think there is. We just got to figure out. And I think we haven't really answered the FCC's question of what about the active RAS applications, which are going to make your life complicated, I think. So that's it.
So just comments or questions circling back on the RAS topic, anyone? So my only comment there is, I appreciated very much Professor Abari's presentation, in which he was really focusing on something he called passive. Having said that, the FCC had, I believe, about 10 years of proceedings over how to handle cellular boosters, some of which considered themselves passive and fought any kind of FCC regulation for many years, and there were various enforcement proceedings, and eventually a whole set of FCC rules about how to regulate boosters and what kinds of boosters would and wouldn't be regulated. So I would say, I accept his characterization of quote unquote passive RAS, but I will just put a marker there that there is there will have to be a whole set of the FCC regulatory proceeding about what's passive, what's active, and how to regulate it. So I think it is a good topic, since none of that is on the FCC's agenda at the current time. Any other comments or questions on that topic or any of the topics that Brian covered? Okay, then I will call for a vote on approval of the recommendations of the Emerging Technologies Working Group. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that, the recommendations are approved. Brian, thanks very much. Your working group has a hard task in just considering what to focus on, because emerging technologies, very broad area, the charter is very broad, and you guys did a great job of, especially in the condensed time frame, saying, okay, we're going to focus on these couple things and then actually drilling down. So thanks to you and Henning very much. So with that, we are actually ahead of schedule, which is excellent, and now we will hear from the Advanced Spectrum Sharing Working Group, Monisha Ghosh and Andy Clegg. Take it away.
Great. Thanks, Dean. Thanks, everybody. So Monisha and I co-chair the Advanced Spectrum Sharing Working Group, which has been meeting weekly on the coveted Tuesday afternoon slot. We've had good participation. If we go to the first slide, we've got the clicker. Yes, all right, good. I can do this remotely. So these are the kind of default participants, the distribution group for the Advanced Spectrum Sharing Working Group. But each of our meetings, we typically have about 15 to 20 members participating. So we've gotten good participation this 2023 season. We've sort of foregone speakers this time because we had such an abbreviated session, and instead, as I'll talk about in a minute, we completed work on something that we began last session using our internal expertise. So the agenda is we'll just kind of refresh on the group charter. We'll talk about the summary of discussions that we had, and then we will, Monisha in particular, will describe the principal work product that we had this season. So just to remind the participants here, this is the charter for the Advanced Spectrum Sharing Working Group. It's the same charter we were given at the beginning last year at the 2022 session. To basically examine spectrum sharing mechanisms, what methods can we take to better facilitate spectrum sharing. There's a question about state-of-the-art filter technologies or hardware-related questions, and what are the candidate bands or services that could be used for sharing or coexist different types of services. This particular session, the 2023 session, we really kind of addressed the last bullet point there principally, and that is the bands that are potential for sharing. areas of mutual interest with other working groups. How can AI, ML, and sensing-based cognitive radio techniques enhance sharing mechanisms? What are some of the state-of-the-art hardware technologies, which is an overlap with the Emerging Technologies Group. The first one was an overlap with the AI, ML working group. And what are the sharing mechanisms to consider among various services above 95 gigahertz, which really got into the 6G working group things. Those items specifically weren't the focus of our work this 2023 season. So let's go forward to what we actually did this season. We really remain singularly focused on one topic and one work product since we started meeting in, I believe it was April, through our last meeting, which was last week. And that is we specifically took a fairly detailed view of bands between 7.125 and 24 gigahertz for potential sharing opportunities. This is, depending on who you believe or who you get your definition of midband from, this is basically the remaining mid-band spectrum that hasn't been heavily addressed already. So 7.125 down to 5925 is the subject of the 6 gigahertz proceeding. There's been various 5 gigahertz proceedings dealing with vehicular type communications and additional Wi-Fi spectrum. There's been no end of things at 3 gigahertz and no end in sight of things at 3 gigahertz, which consumes most of our daily work product. But this group was focused on, let's start at 7.125 and look all the way up to the top of what the FCC originally called midband, which is 24 gigahertz. So we started a project, Amit from Nokia started a project last year looking band by band in this region, analyzing for potential sharing opportunities. And so we continued that work, singular focus on that work for this work session. So we had a lot of discussions, and again, no presentations. We had the discussions among ourselves. What types of spectrum sharing has there been already? The extent to which particular technologies can support shared spectrum. The needs of terrestrial versus non-terrestrial networks, particularly in this range, 7 to 24 gigahertz. There's a lot of satellite use. Licensed and unlicensed spectrum and systems, the potential role of sensing in spectrum sharing systems, and international and harmonization aspects of spectrum sharing. So we had one very large challenge, and that is the federal government is a fairly significant user of spectrum in the 7 to 24 gigahertz range, especially towards the lower end of that range. But the detailed spectrum, or as detailed as the government, as NTIA deems to give out, information about government use of spectrum stops basically at 7 gigahertz. The detailed NTIA spectrum reports, spectrum summaries, don't go above 7 gigahertz. And so we were not able to rely on those to understand federal government spectrum use. We requested from NTIA as much information as they felt they could provide in detail for us to do this study. And I guess the amount of information they deemed that they could supply was effectively zero. So we didn't really get any input beyond what's already publicly available, which is pretty scant right now. So NTIA is apparently working on extending the spectrum use reports above 7 gigahertz. They are not out yet, so we were not able to use those reports in our analysis of the bands. Although noting that the recent filing from NTIA on the 12 gigahertz proceeding had a lot of information about government use in 12.75 to 13.75, but we're hoping similar kinds of information come back on the rest of the bands in this range. We did use the NTIA Federal Spectrum Use Summary, which goes from, all the way up into millimeter towards terahertz, but that was published in 2010, and it's a very, very high-level summary of government use. It doesn't provide any significant details. So we therefore primarily looked at the bands from a non-federal government sharing perspective. We took federal use into account the best we could from the information we had available. And one of the sort of meta recommendations we have is that this report should be revisited by a future TAC once there's more information available on government use, for example, national spectrum strategy or actual issuance of the information from on the detailed spectrum reports. So let me turn it over to Manisha, who will describe, who do the principal description of our work product.
Thank you, Andy. So one of the things we discussed a lot about in the preparation of the report, and we had a lot of debate about also, is are we talking about sharing for 6G in particular or sharing in general? So there is a separate 6G report which will focus much more on the spectrum needs for 6G. And throughout, what we did in our report was to try and focus just on wireless applications in general. 6G could be a part of that, but there could be other applications too that could use some parts of these bands with different kinds of sharing. So we titled the report intentionally preliminary view because as Andy said, there was a lot of information that we did not have on what is going on in these spectrum bands. We differentiate between allocation and usage. They are quite different in many cases. We know the allocations from the allocation charts, but the actual usage, especially of the federal bands, is really, really hard to come by. Amit Mukhopadhyay of Nokia did a tremendous amount of work in pulling this document together, and we'd like to thank him specifically, in addition to all of the other working group members who contributed immensely. We had really, really healthy discussions and debates on these topics. So before we get into really what's in these bands, the question really is that why are we looking at new bands, right? And we all know we're looking at new bands because we need more capacity to meet the needs of future wireless applications like AR, XR, VR, and all of these new things that are waiting in the wings. And there really are three broad ways that you can do this. You can improve the spectral efficiency, which is mostly measured in bits per second per hertz on a per link basis. And there's been tremendous progress being made in the past few decades, and we've pretty much approached Shannon limit on a per link spectral efficiency basis. You know, we have advanced coding and MIMO, and the research continues, but the pace of further enhancement has definitely slowed. So the next thing we can do is improve spatial density, and we just heard from the previous talk from Dean about the challenges of doing that. We have techniques like multi-user MIMO, but they incur overhead. So while in an ideal world, you know all the channels, you know exactly which users you want to group together to form a multi-user MIMO complex, in reality, there is a lot of power and efficiency loss that happens when you're trying to put in these new features in. There is challenges of site acquisition and sustainability. And so we are left with really, getting more spectrum. But the problem there is that, physics is physics, and there are desired frequency ranges where everybody wants to deploy in, and they're already occupied by various services. So when we started looking at 7.125 to 24, there's virtually no piece of spectrum there that doesn't have something allocated into it. So spectrum sharing, I think the group would agree on that, is pretty much essential for anything we want to do in these new bands. So we spent a lot of time discussing how much spectrum do we really need? And different services have different requirements. So there are many documents out there where the mobile terrestrial wireless requirement has been stated to be 2 gigahertz of spectrum by 2030. And very roughly that has broken down into 500 megahertz per wireless operator in the US, and that totals up to 2 gigahertz. And the preference for this is to be in the lower part of this new bid band, so 7.125 to 15, because again, physics dictates propagation and dictates infrastructure costs and coverage and everything else that goes into deploying these cellular networks. For completeness, in the report, we looked at the entire band, and again, because we were not just focused on mobile terrestrial wireless as the only application. Non-terrestrial networks over the last few years have really proliferated beyond what they were maybe even 5 years ago. They have increasing spectrum requirements as well, and by some definitions and some needs expressed, over 10 gigahertz of new spectrum is desired, but we realized that most of the asks for this new spectrum for NTN were not in the 7.125 to 24 because there is, as Andy mentioned, a fair amount of satellite spectrum already there. However, they definitely want the existing satellite spectrum in this band, 7.125 to 24, to be well protected. So, clearly, everybody wants 7.125 to 15. We are not going to find an unallocated spectrum of 2 gigahertz sitting there. So we have to go deeper into what we can do with spectrum sharing. So now let's start looking at these bands. I think Andy went cross-eyed preparing these charts where he took all of the allocations from the FCC table, and we put in the federal as well as the non-federal allocations. And the intent is not to go through in detail. All of this is in the report. But I think if you just look visually at what's going on in these bands, you'll see that there is nothing almost that has just one band going through it. So these bands are shared already, and the key players here are fixed services, that's FS, fixed satellite services, which is FSS, and mobile satellite services. And those will be the biggest challenge for sharing if you're trying to look at terrestrial mobile systems. Now, this chart is only for 7.125 to 8.5. We broke down the entire 7.125 to 24 into 4 separate chunks just to make it easier to analyze. Approximately 20% of the fixed service use that you see here is just by the Department of Defense, DoD, as far as we could gather. And some of the satellite operations also use DoD. So a lot of it is federal use, but in particular, DoD use is there in a large part of the spectrum. This band is also sometimes called the NATO band because internationally there are a lot of federal and defense-related operations that are deployed in this band. And so deploying a new service here is going to pose a lot of challenges, both domestically as well as internationally. Some of the other services you see may not be that ubiquitous and perhaps could be more amenable to sharing. The next band is 8.5 to 13.75. It looks a little less crowded, but only marginally so compared to 7.125 to 8.5. Radio location is the single largest allocation here. It pretty much runs across the band here. There is about 2,500 megahertz between 10.7 to 13.25, which is allocated for non-federal use. And of this, 12.2 to 13.25 is already, there is an open proceeding in the FCC for sharing with other services, and so we did not spend a lot of time discussing that particular band because there's already a lot of activity. The comments on this just came into the FCC, and there's a lot of interesting material there. In fact, the NTIA comments on this proceeding came in just as we were going to press with our report, so we could not extract a lot of information from there to include in our report, but there is more detailed information there on unclassified federal use. So it's still missing the classified federal use, which we would also need to have some kind of handle on if we're really trying to do a deep dive and find bands that can be shared. In this band, as I mentioned, there's a lot of satellite that needs to be protected. But perhaps there may be bands that become available that could be shared for applications which don't require higher power that you would need for 6G kind of applications. The next one is 13.75 to 17.1. And again, the story repeats. It's really radio location, space research shows up a lot in these bands now, fixed and mobile services. There's only a little tiny piece of 200 megahertz between 14.2 to 14.4, which does not have some federal use in it. But most of this band is used very, very heavily by federal as well as by other applications. Things like space research, especially if they are passive, present a pretty challenging service to coexist or share with, simply because their receivers are so sensitive. So keep out zones can be very large, and we're seeing some of that show up in the 12 gigahertz proceedings already with Goldstone in that band and adjacent channel operations. And finally, we have the 17.1 to 24. Again, there is a lot of satellite use there, but...
One click.
Oh, sorry. Which needs to be protected. However, again, trying to really understand how satellites are being used. If it's a satellite link to Earth stations, those can sometimes be easier to coexist with by keeping sharing mechanisms that protect those Earth stations. If it becomes user devices, dishes on people's homes, that becomes a much harder challenge. And so as we move forward into doing deep dives into these bands more, as we try to get into more and more of the usage, and by the way, I mentioned knowing more about the federal allocations and usage. The same question actually also applies for the non-federal. I mean, FCC just came out with a notice of inquiry asking for ways to understand better the commercial or the non-federal usage of some of these bands. So I think the bottom line is the allocations are great. There are a lot of information that we can glean from them. But to really make progress to the next step, we need to get to the allocations. And I think at
What
this
is the
point,
significance
I'm
of the
gonna
color
hand-
coding in these charts?
Oh, the color coding, yes. The color.
I'll explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So the color coding is green is a primary allocation, yellow is a secondary allocation, and then when you look at the allocation table, there are allocations and considerations that are given in footnotes, not in the allocation table proper. So any cell in there that is shaded is an allocation or that was made in a footnote. So if it's shaded green, a footnote provides a primary allocation that's not listed in the table. If it's shaded yellow, meaning the crosshatch through it, it's given a secondary allocation and a footnote. And if it doesn't have either green or yellow, but it's shaded, that's a consideration in a footnote that doesn't establish any kind of allocation for that particular service, or at least it's not mentioned in the footnote. And then finally, in the cells itself for the satellite services, there are up arrows or down arrows. As you would imagine, the up arrows mean Earth to space allocation, the down arrows mean space to Earth, and there are some allocations that allow for both. So you'll see arrows going both ways. Yeah, just a couple of slides here. You know, we talked about the kind of information that are required about the incumbents to facilitate sharing. And it's, you know, it's kind of obvious, it's the information you would expect, but still it's a lot of information that you need to gather in order to determine whether sharing is feasible. And for those of you who are sitting through the PATHS meetings for these past few months, realize there's a lot of considerations that go into this. But, you know, for fixed and mobile services, you need to understand, you know, for the fixed services, how many links there are, where are the links. For the mobile services, what are the geographic areas that the activity is going on. For the fixed satellite services on the downlink, you need to know, you know, where, how much power they're putting down on the ground, what their beam sizes are. If they're Earth station facilities, you need to know where they are and whether they're listening or transmitting. For the mobile satellite services, you know, by definition, you may not necessarily know where the receiving systems or transmitting systems are on the surface of the Earth, but you need to know their general geographic extent and what their characteristics are. The radio location services, are their locations well known? Are they distributed, or are there just specific locations where they operate? Are they military, or are they civilian? You know, if they're military, you're unlikely to get detailed operational characteristics of them. You know, what are their protection criteria? And it's true of the other systems. What, you know, what are their protection criteria? How much spectrum is actually being used? In the Space Research Service, you know, Manisha mentioned Goldstone, a very important Space Research Service site, but, you know, it's one site with a few dishes located in an isolated area. So, you know, it's not like it's ubiquitous around the country. And then, of course, you need to know the transmit and receive characteristics of the systems that you're trying to coexist with. And this is where, you know, a lot of this information, this is the stuff we do not have about the government systems in the 7 to 24 gigahertz range that we'd hope to be able to get eventually and do an even deeper dive here. And then, you know, we also looked at the various kind of regimes under which spectrum is used. You know, we are the Advanced Spectrum Sharing work group, but, you know, sharing can be defined in a lot of different ways. You know, as Monisha mentioned, that every one of these bands has multiple allocations, so you could say, in a way, they're already shared, which is true. But, you know, typically we look at sharing as, can we operate in the same geographic area at more or less the same time on a coordinated basis? That's sort of a next level dive. But there, you know, so there's various ways that bands are used now, and you have to consider that when looking at the possibility for sharing. So, of course, you know, for the cellular bands, typically exclusive licensed, they pay a lot of money for these bands. They get them clear, free, they get to use them, and they're not sharing with anybody. There's also ways of doing wireless broadband in unlicensed spectrum. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not hitting the slides. Yep, thanks. Yeah, so there's, you know, wireless broadband in unlicensed spectrum. You look at Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, very, very advanced communications technologies, adopting a lot of the air interface characteristics of 3GPP type technologies. But delivering broadband service in unlicensed spectrum, and they're sharing with other unlicensed devices successfully. Local licensing, which is you know, fairly popular in Europe, where you could be licensed for just a particular warehouse location or something like that. You don't need a broad license. There's indoor use type of licensing. You can think of low power indoor in the 6 gigahertz thing, where these devices are limited to indoor use. There are low-power wide area networks like Internet of Things. You think of meter reading and things like that in the 900 megahertz band, so that's a type of sharing. There's geographic regional licensing, which a lot of the cellular networks are given broad licensing allowance over broad geographic areas, but that's also used in other systems where you don't have exclusive use. It was used, you know, originally, well, it's used in the 70, 80, 90 gigahertz. You've got, you know, you actually have national licenses, but you coordinate and you share with others in the band. And then speaking of 70, 80, 90, you've got point-to-point and point-to-multipoint communications networks where the fact that your antennas are directional and can be fairly narrow beam also opens up opportunities for sharing as long as you don't cross beams with somebody else or signal doesn't get into somebody else's receiver. So there's a lot of different sort of use cases and sharing scenarios involved in defining whether spectrum is being shared and how efficiently it's being shared. So we turn it back over to Manisha.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, so just to continue the thought that Andy had before we go into the next slide is ideally, when you're trying to look at spectrum sharing, you want to look at a band, look at what's in there, what its characteristics are, and then match it up to another use case that is looking for spectrum to deploy new services in. And we did not really have time to go through all of the various ways or the various needs of spectrum. So we focused on the band preferences for the terrestrial wireless use case, and we just have a section in the document on UWB, just as an informational point to make, to show how spectrum can be shared by users other than terrestrial mobile. So as has been mentioned before, 7.125 and 8.5 is one of the bands that is of interest. It's of interest actually to Wi-Fi as well. The 6 gigahertz band that goes up to 7.125 was recently allocated to Wi-Fi. And up to 160 megahertz channels can be deployed there, but now if you're starting to look at even wider channels, the number of channels available go down. And so clearly, if you have a band right adjacent to the existing unlicensed, that allows them to extend that. So,
Monisha, can I offer a friendly amendment? It was recently allocated to unlicensed, including Wi-Fi, in the U.S.
In the U.S., yes. Yes, it is still up for debate in many parts of the world. It is also of great interest, as we mentioned before, for the terrestrial mobile cellular industry. And again, same reasons, propagation is good. There are, and one thing that, we don't pay attention to as much is that, getting devices made at lower cost in these frequencies is also much less of a hurdle than going higher up in frequency, like 12 gigahertz or 24 gigahertz. 8.5 to 10.6, we already have low power UWB there. And it is, UWB operates on a non-interference basis. So, when you think about allocating new services to many of the federal allocations that are already there in the band, there is no imperative to protect UWB, but keeping that in mind is something that, depending on how much UWB proliferates by then, is something that we have to keep in mind. 10.7 to 13.25 is another band that the terrestrial wireless industry would like to have for the next generation of cellular systems. This has minimal federal allocations, and so the challenge there is less on coexisting with federal and more with coexisting with satellite, which is also becoming part of the 3GPP family with some of the NTN specifications that are coming out there. So it'll be very interesting to see how some of these frequencies get either repurposed from one to another service or get used by both services in a complementary fashion. Clearly that there is a lot of opportunity for sharing between satellite and terrestrial in those bands specifically as we go forward. Let me see, I have lost my, So we also spend a lot of time on looking at spectrum sharing dependencies. And when we think about spectrum sharing, today most of the burden of sharing is put on the new entrant. And we did have a lot of discussions on, does the incumbent also have some responsibilities to facilitate sharing, given that we have to live with a shared spectrum scenario going forward. So if you look at new entrant capabilities, you have to understand what the interference mitigation capabilities are, and that goes a lot into the kind of service you're trying to deploy. Low-cost, cheap devices are, by definition, going to have less ability to detect interference or maybe even access databases and other means of protection. But you really want to, at a very first step, avoid causing harmful interference. And I know there have been a lot of discussions in other forum about what constitutes harmful interference. We won't go into that here, but that's something that needs to be kept into mind. We don't want to focus only on existing incumbents, but also possibly new entrants, because a new entrant of today becomes an incumbent of tomorrow. So keeping in mind that this is a continuously evolving area, any sharing actions or any spectrum allocations that are made on the basis of sharing needs to keep in mind the future track of where we are going with spectrum sharing. And so the basic idea should be that spectrum sharing should be deployed in such a way that you're always resilient to acceptable levels of interference. A lot of the controversies we see today are coming from systems that have been deployed assuming a certain level of interference will exist forever. And when that changes, you're not able to adapt to a new interference scenario. So the incumbents also have a certain amount of responsibilities. And one of the features that could be looked at is, could incumbents develop capabilities to accept a certain level of interference from new entrants and capacity to minimize interference towards new entrants? So with a lot of the techniques that have been mentioned with smart antennas and transmit power control and time-based management. So if incumbents are not using a piece of spectrum all the time, making that information available to new entrants so that a better coexistence mechanism can be developed are very important ways that you can improve spectrum sharing. And I think no matter, whether you're an incumbent or a new entrant, you really have to invest in continuous technology upgrades to improve your, transmit receiver characteristics and to make sure that your spectrum utilization is being maximized. So I kind of talked a little bit about frequency, about time coordination. The same thing could be of frequency. Many of the bands are allocated, say a certain band is allocated for space or satellite or something, and it's not true that the entire frequency band is being used all the time everywhere. So understanding the granularity of usage is very important. And another big, help would in sharing, and again, this is what's being discussed in PATS and 3.1 right now, is the interference reporting. So many times, our spectrum sharing systems are being designed with certain thresholds and without ever knowing whether you're ever actually interfering with the incumbent. So being able to have incumbents actually report interference levels would lead to a continuous process of improvement of how new entrants can adapt, and the reverse is also true. So if you're getting interference, you want to know that as well. But today, we really, for example, in CBRS, we don't have a good idea of, are the rules in place actually never, ever creating interference? Are they sometimes creating interference? And that kind of feedback from incumbent users of spectrum would be very helpful as we look at spectrum sharing. Now, hand it back to...
Yeah, just real quick, in the document, we sort of went through a high-level description of some of the more well-known spectrum sharing examples. This is, nowhere near complete, but these are sort of on the tip of the iceberg. TV white space and CBRS and 6 gigahertz, and the 3.45 gigahertz service, AWS, and the 5 gigahertz DFS in the unlicensed band. And we marked in there what kind of techniques are employed to facilitate sharing under that framework. I kind of look at this chart as the more X's there are in a horizontal row, the more complicated the sharing situation is, although I also have to note that CBRS is most complicated, but we also have the greatest number of actual deployed base stations. So, complexity doesn't mean it's underutilized, it just means that it gives people a headache trying to manage it. A really important point is that, especially realized in the context of CBRS, is that the incumbents in a shared spectrum situation, although they are fully protected from interference, should not be considered responsibility-free in the sharing environment. They actually have to participate in the shared spectrum framework in order to make it successful. They have to share in a willing manner, in good faith, in order to make this work. They have to coordinate with the secondary users in a fair and reasonable manner. As Manisha just mentioned, they have to provide feedback on whether there is interference occurring or not. You're more likely to get feedback if there is, but we're getting no feedback in CBRS about interference, which probably means there's overprotection, and we need a feedback loop. And to that feedback loop, we need to revisit technical assumptions that went into the sharing framework. And then, when you have these informing incumbent capabilities where the incumbent can say on a calendar or something, I'm going to use these frequencies at this time, at this location, for this duration, make sure you really are going to use that. Don't just make it easy to click a button and reserve all this spectrum and the impact on the secondary user you don't have to worry about. That, we're seeing a little bit of that, we think, in CBRS because of the way DoD can let us know about spectrum use. So, just a point that the incumbent really does share in some of the responsibilities for shared spectrum. We think looking towards the future, there are specific tools that can be used with particularly good effect. Active antennas, where we don't have this capability in CBRS, but if you could provide a mask to a base station and say, don't ever point your antenna in your MIMO or your beamforming antenna in this particular direction, or have a mask where your EIRP as a function of direction from your base station doesn't exceed this particular mask. We don't have that in CBRS, but I think that would be a very useful tool to have for spectrum sharing. CBRS implemented multi-tiered framework. We have the incumbents, we have the priority access users, and then when and where the priority access users aren't using spectrum, the GAA users can use it, subject to protecting incumbents. It prevents spectrum warehousing by the PALs. These kind of multi-tiered environments should be looked at for future shared spectrum activity, although at the moment, anything that's on the table, we're not necessarily looking at that explicitly at this point. And then, we pointed out the hybrid sharing proposed by Ofcom recently, where you share based upon, you use it indoors, I'll use it outdoors. So if you remember back in CBRS, there was this original concept of contained access facility, or CAF, that was taken out at the very last minute when CBRS came out. But I think in hindsight, having that contained access facility concept could have been very useful, because I think there is this indoor-outdoor protection that we can rely on. And then, I won't go into too much detail on the characteristics of incumbent services. A lot of these were covered under that previous slide. But it is important to have all of these characteristics of the incumbent services so you can better understand how to share. And then once you are sharing, you can protect them better the more you know about them. And this is a particular challenge with sharing with the federal government, because there's a limit to how much you can know or how quickly you can get that information from them.
Okay, so now we spent a lot of time also talking about, how do you, given this, this 7-24 and looking at everything that's in there, how would you go about selecting potential bands for sharing? And we've talked about a bunch of those criteria in the past. One of the main things we agreed on, that band characteristics plays into this a lot. Lower part is more favorable for most wireless communications in not just 6G. the amount of spectrum likely available. So all projections, whether you look at 6G or the next generations of Wi-Fi, are going for broader and broader channels. So you want the ability to have your channel width to be anywhere from 300 to 500 megahertz as a minimum. And so you can do carrier aggregation across this entire band, and 4G and 5G does do it quite effectively. That does add cost and complexity to your system, and especially on the UE side, on the user equipment side. And so you really want to look for parts of this band where you have at least a 500 megahertz chunk of spectrum that has a few incumbents that you can potentially share with. We also need to look at adjacent bands and not just what's in band, because many adjacent band services, especially the passives, have been deployed assuming a certain incumbent in the adjacent band. So now if you take a satellite uplink and you replace it with a mobile terrestrial wireless link, you've completely changed what the adjacent channel scenario is to your adjacent band. And so, the analysis becomes a lot more complicated as you start looking at what are the potential bands you want to share with. So a certain band might look very promising, and then you look at the band next to it, and there's a service there that could be adversely impacted. The uplink, the directionality, especially when you're looking at satellite links, makes a big difference. It's pretty easy to see that why it's much easier to share with satellite links in the uplink directions. But of course, it's not that easy. You have to also look at aggregate interference to make sure you're not interfering with the satellite receivers up in space. And there are a lot of buttons we can turn here in terms of power levels, in and out band emissions, and also the protection requirements. So many of the protection requirements are pegged to a fixed I over N level, and understanding much more about what the actual usage is will allow us to be able to come up with better protection requirements. The special protection requirements for certain incumbent services also needs to be taken into account. Passive services that I mentioned before, and special federal operations too, might require a much more stringent degree of protection than, say, another commercial service or other federal services that are not safety of life, for example. The lead time for clearance, if you're thinking about actually either consolidating users into one part of the band or clearing them so you can share with a certain kind of user, there is a lead time, especially with federal operations, that need to be considered. Usage by neighboring countries, again, big part of the considerations. So for example, the NATO band, we don't have any neighboring countries maybe to worry about as much. But it is a globally harmonized band right now, and any changes that are made in that band will affect what happens globally. So looking at these bands from a global perspective is also very important. So I think finally we come to the recommendations, and we have a bunch of them. The first one goes back to the data, and as we've talked quite a bit, lots of data and more of it are necessary to make the spectrum sharing really successful. And we recommend that FCC and NTIA work together to perform detailed quantitative assessments for what is going on in 7.125 to 24. And this was done actually when we went back and looked in 2016. It was done for select bands up to 3.5, which is what we are still working with, and when we're looking at 3.1. A very recent example is what I mentioned is NTIA's comments on 12 gigahertz, which gives you unclassified federal usage. I think more information, public information about spectrum usage that can be collected in a public forum like Spectrum Wiki that Andy stood up and led fearlessly for a very long time. We think that putting more resources behind those kind of efforts should be prioritized. Now, the FCC NOI asked for information on spectrum occupancy for non-federal users. It would be great to have a similar NOI from NTIA and FCC jointly on non-federal usage. We have to figure out a way to exchange classified information, because I don't think we're advocating that classified federal usage be put on Spectrum Wiki. But we have to come up with a process which enables this information to be made more available to decision makers when they're trying to figure out what spectrum to share. We've done a bit of a deep dive on CBRS, TV white spaces. 6 gigahertz is not fully rolling out yet, but it's beginning to. And as these spectrum sharing systems get deployed, the data that's coming from these experiences should really be made available for future such efforts going forward, because otherwise we kind of look at these bands anew, and a lot of this experience is not carried forward enough. Recommendation number 2, the potential bands we're sharing. Much as we would have liked to have handed FCC a list of bands, these is what we think we should go off and start proceedings on. We really couldn't do that because we didn't have complete information, and we require a lot more work in really understanding what is the spectrum sharing methodology that we can use. And again, we focus on, terrestrial mobile wireless and maybe Wi-Fi kind of unlicensed applications, but there are many, many more users of wireless. And so there may be bands that are not good for sharing with high-power terrestrial mobile, but you could put another service in there which could share appropriately. And so, again, very preliminary list of bands that we already mentioned before, 7.125 to 8.5 for sharing with all the federal systems in there, 10.7 to 13.25 for sharing with all of the satellite bands in there. Part of that band is already being looked at in NPRM. 14.0 to 14.2 is a little sliver there. There's some space research happening. Maybe perhaps that could be shared. That's not, the 500 megahertz of bandwidth we would like to have for some of these applications, but 200 megahertz is also nothing to sneeze at there. And there are chunks in 17.8 to 18.6, 18.8 to 20.2 for sharing with federal satellites. This is just a very, very, first cut recommendation of what are the bands to be looking at. And there are many ways that we can get to the spectrum, which, again, we are trying to keep to approximately 2 gigahertz over this entire range. Ideally, you want contiguous spectrum, which is partly exclusive, partly shared with incumbents. If we cannot get this 2 gigahertz contiguous, the next, this is not prioritized, but this is how we broke it up as to contiguous and exclusive and non-contiguous and not exclusive. And so we go through all the 4 combinations. And non-contiguous, that is partly exclusive, partly shared. When we say partly exclusive, partly shared is, can we look at a band that is allocated for a certain usage, and then part of it we can share with the incumbents, and part of it maybe the incumbents can consolidate operations, and that can be partly exclusive. Then the next option is you have contiguous spectrum that is fully shared. I think the best recent example of that is what happened in the unlicensed 6 gigahertz band. And then non-contiguous spectrum that is fully shared, which again, you could do this. So carrier aggregation is a very mature technology, and so having non-contiguous bits of spectrum is fine. You don't want too many of them, but even in 5G, I think you have carrier aggregation across all of the mid bands as well as the high bands. So that needs to continue. We have a lot of recommendations on future work. Again, assess the spectrum needs. So we have allocations which have been around in many cases, for decades. I think we need to assess what the spectrum needs are, because the needs have changed. Pretty much everybody wants more spectrum, but how can the needs, growing needs of spectrum align better with what we have today. And we have to keep in mind that scientific needs of spectrum are growing too, so along with federal and commercial, terrestrial, non-terrestrial, fixed, mobile. Sustainability and energy efficiency is becoming a bigger question. This was something we did not have time to get into in this tax season, and we would recommend that this is something we look into a future TAC. As new bands are added, it's great, but energy consumption and sustainability of this ever-growing number of bands also is an issue. Andy already talked about evaluating emerging spectrum sharing techniques, active antenna arrays, to really go towards dynamic sharing. Much as the US has led in sharing, we are still very, very static. We have databases, we have very, very long time scales on how you can access new spectrum. The group would like the FCC to implement a specific project to investigate some of the possible practical implementations of spectrum sharing techniques with federal and commercial entities, including some of these sharing of real-time user data or near real-time data. And again, if you're looking at classified federal usage, we have to be more careful. But, actually being able to do on-the-ground projects and some of these spectrum sharing would be very, very helpful. Develop a real-time database to assess spectrum utilization with sensors and measurement entities, maybe supplementing it with crowdsourced data. Some of these questions actually came up in the FCC NOI. Which actually aligns quite well. The NOI came in midway, but actually towards the end of our work. So we were pleased to see that some of the things that we were thinking of were actually already captured in the NOI. And I think that brings us to the end of our presentation, and we are happy to take questions.
Comments, questions?
This is Marty. I'm a little embarrassed because I didn't participate in that group because I have limited bandwidth as well. But I wonder if there's a different way. By the way, I'm not suggesting we change anything. I think the work this group did was just amazing. But I would suggest that there is a requirement to look at a longer time range. Because if you look at the demand for spectrum, it has been going up, according to measurements that I've made, doubling every 30 months or so, the demand for spectrum for 100 years. And that's not going to stop. And so if you look at it, start not from the viewpoint of what spectrum is available and what techniques are available, but look at what the demand is going to be. We're going to be in deep trouble if we make some of the assumptions that were made in this last presentation. So I'm only trying to suggest an area of thinking that somebody at the FCC should be working on for the long-range future. I believe the demand is going to continue to increase. I also believe that the concept of exclusive assignments of spectrum in the long term has to go away. And I understand that people have paid a lot of money for this exclusive access, but they only have a license to do it. They don't own the spectrum. And at some point, we're going to have to revisit that entire concept. So if I could just summarize what I just said, somebody has to be looking at the demand side and look at very creative ways of using the spectrum more effectively, more efficiently. We are really doing a terrible job. The techniques we're using for spectral efficiency, most of them were created 20, 30, 40 years ago. There are a lot of things in the laboratory now that are starting to mature, and somebody has to be thinking about the long term.
Thanks, Marty. Those are without a doubt points well taken. Others? Henning?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of ask one, whether you've considered, well, you had limited time and lots of topics to cover, so, but there's some often unstated assumptions of what, and you alluded to, I think either of you alluded to this during the presentation, namely, what are the assumptions on the obligations of the incumbents in that? And so one that I didn't hear, but is that I don't think of incumbents, even though that sounds pretty static, as completely static entities, because no equipment lasts forever. Equipment is replaced, sometimes for other reasons in technology, as Marty just said, advances even for legacy applications and legacy devices. And in other domains, we expect even incumbents, think transportation and others, to modernize their equipment. It is not, you cannot run a car, a truck that doesn't meet certain safety requirements. Even if you bought the truck 20 years ago, you have to install logging equipment on this thing to take your accounting for spectrum usage. You can't just say, no, this is a truck I bought 30 years ago. That's not an excuse. You still have to log your duty hours on that. And so I wonder if it would be helpful to at least enumerate what could be, some would be more appropriate in some circumstances than others, duties for incumbents that you would have. After all, this is not physical property that you have. This is a license. In many cases, this is a free license, as in many of the incumbents did not pay for that particular one. And so it seems appropriate, while one wants to protect investment and all of that, that is not an absolute protection. The other one, and this goes to the incentives issue that I wanted to ask about, is because incumbents often have no incentive not to declare usage, even if they don't actually use the spectrum in a particular region or area, is as to whether one can think about such incentive systems, even if they're non-financial. So an obvious one, in some cases, maybe there should be a financial disincentive to just kind of keeping an allocation going, even though you've largely moved out of that spectrum band. There's no upside for somebody to relinquish their allocation. There's only downside. For example, maybe for some incumbents, such as testing and others, there's a reasonably predictable intensity of use. So I need in that region so many hours of testing or flight hours or whatever in that. And so if I only get to declare 1,000 hours per year of use, in that, I'm more incentivized not to just waste those hours when I'm actually not using it, or I thought I would be using it, but the person is actually on vacation and not doing the test, because that goes into my 1,000 hours that I have as an incumbent. So I wonder if incumbent obligations shouldn't be fleshed out in much more detail as a future work item as to what tools do we have at our disposal collectively, or what might the commission have at its disposal, or might want to think about having at its disposal to get the incumbents to be incentivized to use the spectrum they have efficiently and fairly, if you like.
Can I offer a friendly amendment on that too, Henning? It isn't just the tools that the commission could use to incentivize incumbents, but then there's the whole issue of federal government systems, which have a much larger lifespan and which are much more resistant to making the kinds of changes that you're talking about.
Yes. So this is obviously, I'm have to be careful other agencies I mentioned for obvious reasons.
Right.
And so that's why I didn't mention that other agency.
Right. I don't have that constraint.
But, yeah, you raised a lot of issues, but I can tell you from experience that when you share with the federal government, there's not as much give and take as there should be. The DoD in particular says, this is what we need. and you have no visibility into whether they really need that or not. In fact, in the course of CBRS, I became to view DoD as a third spectrum regulator that is not subject to any kind of APA requirements. They can just tell the CBRS community, you must do this, you can't ask us why, you can't push back, that's just what you have to do. And our experience with CBRS is that not only are they not incentivized, DoD not incentivized to not use spectrum too much, but we're actually seeing them claiming increasingly more spectrum use and adding more areas that they're operating in over time for protection. So I guess at the time we created the CBRS rules and standards and everything, if we had told the DoD you're only allowed to use your widget at this site for 1,000 hours a year, no more, you cut off, they would have just laughed us out of the room, and that would have never worked. And also, you know, CBRS evolves, and as we noted in here, you need to have the incumbent evolve with you and work with you. We see that a little bit with the DoD, not as much as we'd like. And as to the upgrade of the equipment, you know, one interesting comment is the principal radar that we have to protect in CBRS was created in 1960s and has been deployed on aircraft carriers, and it was deployed on the George H.W. Bush, which was the latest Nimitz-class carrier, the last one to be created just a few years ago, and so it will be in service for another 20 or 30 years. So the lifespan of that one radar is about 80 years or more that we will be dealing with that one particular radar. So yes, they evolve, but in some cases, not very quickly.
And I would add that it's not just the federal systems. There are many, many commercial incumbents too that, and so that's, I think, one of the recommendations in the document too, is how do you come up with a system or rules which say that every 10 years you need to, upgrade your equipment to meet the latest specifications or something like that.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Let me build
I would
on
not pick on
Henning's,
the government so strongly, because the incumbents are equally resistant to changing anything. I advise a company that is working with DoD, and in a specific case, DoD is aggressively trying to enhance sharing. The specific case is a radar case. And in this case, DoD gets an advantage by sharing, by having the sharing signals actually mask the radar signals to make them harder to find. So the whole concept of having exclusive use, anybody that has exclusive use is going to want to defend their position, but the rules of the FCC say that they have to use that spectrum in the public interest and convenience, and the incumbent technological approaches are not, for any of them, are not going to last forever. So I know it's very hard to think about changing cellular communications in a way that is much more efficient, but we're going to have to do that at some point. And there must be ways of doing it, and we're not going to stop the advancement of the public uses of the spectrum. The demands are going to keep increasing.
Thank you for that, Marty. I honestly think that, yeah, we've talked a lot about federal incumbents needing to upgrade the systems, but even on the commercial side, the 3GPP standards, 5G, is not built to operate well in a shared environment, and we're seeing that already with CBRS. So, I like to say that, we should start thinking of 6G to be sharing native, that develop the next generation of cellular systems exactly for what you said, that that this idea of exclusive spectrum is going to go away and it is going to diminish. And so it is up to the community to look at it from all angles and start like thinking of shared spectrum as the default rather than the one-off.
So let me just say, every
Yes.
discussion, thank you, Marty, every discussion, and Monisha, every discussion that I've participated in about spectrum sharing for the last 25 years has a tremendous deja vu quality to it. So there were two groups, two audiences that I wanted to highlight that need to look at your slides, especially the how to add capacity, the examples of spectrum sharing and the new sharing frameworks, and to listen to this discussion. One audience is the group of technology designers both in 3GPP and in the IEEE who just design new technologies with requiring large amounts of spectrum that are totally unattainable. I mean, I could design a great 8-acre house for Washington, D.C. The only problem is there are no 8-acre lots. So it has always been a great frustration to me in all of these discussions that there's a whole body of important stakeholders who don't pay any attention to any of this discussion at all and who come up with these numbers. We need 2 gigahertz of spectrum, which is just, gigantic, extremely difficult to attain, and which is going to require, tremendous undertakings by the FCC and NTIA and DOD and the Energy Department and all of the departments of the federal government who use spectrum, most of whom are totally unaware of these details. Then the other audience, of course, is on the regulatory side, both at the Commission and at NTIA, because, how to add capacity sometimes I think gets lost in the weeds of these discussions. That's one part. And then the other is the lack of information sharing, which has just, plagued all of these important spectrum issues. I mean, I was involved with what became CBRS from the very beginning, getting the information on the exact usage of the 3.5 gigahertz band took years. And, why did it take years? It is just obviously information that everyone needs. Look, so NTIA is developing a national spectrum strategy. The folks here at the Commission are, focused like a laser beam on opening up new spectrum. Everyone on both sides, in the private sector and the public sector, needs this information on what the spectrum usage is. There's non-classified spectrum usage. There is the classified, and we've been going around and around for many, many years about how to share that information. And so I, commend the two of you and Amit and everyone in the group who worked on these issues, which are, ever crucial and go beyond just writing a bullet point that, oh, I need 2 gigahertz or 10 gigahertz of spectrum. Greg?
Yeah, let me build on what Henning was saying about the responsibilities of incumbents. And there's so much that's going on. I have to commend OET for taking initiatives. But last year there was the NOI on receiver performance. And this year there was the principles for promoting efficient use of spectrum and opportunities. I guess that's not exactly a rule, but a statement that this is how we should be working. And all of these things affect what we've been talking about in the spectrum sharing group, and maybe for the next TAC and the next year, it's time to put all these things together and really figure out what needs to be done. Do you need receiver regulation? Do you need incentives? But something that would make sharing as efficient as it can be.
That's a very good point. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I do want
Marty,
to
go ahead.
make one more, and
Yeah.
I really apologize for taking up so much room. Let me repeat one thing. We have to look at demand, but the other assumption is we are extraordinarily inefficient today in how we use the spectrum. And if we don't start out with that assumption, then we're not taking advantage of trying to understand how to solve these problems in the future. The demand is going to keep increasing. We are using the spectrum very inefficiently today, and the whole concept of incumbents having a special having earned something where they have permanent ownership of spectrum has got to go away. Otherwise, we'll never solve these long-range futures. Demand and new technologies, and the new technologies are going to happen whether we know it or not. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think I'm so much to that.
No, thanks a lot. Anyone else? Oh, Henning, go ahead.
Just a quick additional comment I forgot to make earlier. So you alluded to this earlier as well, very briefly. Namely, one of it seems to be that spectrum sharing is often driven by a lot of fear and uncertainty, as in all the bad things that could happen, and then may or may not happen, but they delay it. And so one of the questions, and this seems to be kind of fall between the gaps between the various entities that are involved, is that having real world, as in where the entities involved, namely the incumbents primarily, but equipment manufacturers and potential new entrants, can in very quick order try out spectrum sharing mechanisms in the real world, where this is not just a lab exercise, not just a spreadsheet exercise or some propagation model exercise, but actually lab type of experiments where you can say, yep, this works, or we could add this real-time spectrum indicator to that system with modest effort by having an external sensing component on the system, for example, that communicates to the spectrum management system. Finding the right entity that is not unduly conflicted and that yet has access to that, to me, seems like one of the fundamental challenges in that. NSF is not well suited to that because it is, speaking sort of more from an academic world, that is not the typical kind of paper producing effort that you would have, or truly innovative research. This is really more surveying and experiments than anything else. Neither NTIA nor the FCC, I think, have the technical resources to do that on a sustained basis, and they obviously have to worry about their own conflicts that they have with their constituencies and so on. So establishing that, to me, would seem like one of these legs of a stool that we should think about beyond just better incumbent, better new technology, sharing technology. This must be the third one, is rapid prototyping that we can do in a matter of months as opposed to a matter of a decade.
Just a quick comment. I know we are standing between us and lunch here. Just a quick comment. I think some of the new and newer NSF initiatives, with the Convergence Accelerator, the Spectrum Innovation Institute, the Spectrum X is one of the institutes. I think some of these less, theoretical, fundamental research, but more applied activities are coming under those umbrellas. So hopefully we need to expand.
And I will also say, last comment, in the history of the lead up to what became CBRS, one of the major breakthroughs was work that I participated in with ITS, the NTIA lab in Boulder, where we brought a cellular small cell into the NTIA ITS lab and actually proved that it could be used successfully. Okay, with all that, oh, go ahead.
I'm going to change the subject. I forgot to thank you in my presentation. I wanted to thank Russ, who pulled together our RIS slides.
Sure.
None of us were experts, and
Right.
Russ graciously pulled those slides together for us.
Okay,
So that
thank
was
you
it.
for
Thanks.
thank you for mentioning that. So let us take the votes here. All those in favor of the recommendations of the Spectrum Sharing Working Group, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the recommendations are adopted. And then all those in favor of adopting the white paper, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the white paper is adopted. Monisha, Andy, Amit, and everyone, thank you so, so much. So with that, I think we can take our break for lunch, and we'll still want to reconvene to stay on track at about 1 o'clock. Lunch is in the nearby International Room, courtesy of Brian and the CTA. So for those online, we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Dean. Sorry I'm missing the lunch.
No problem. Thanks. We have some folks who are still in the lunchroom, but in the interests of trying to stick to our schedule here, we're going to get started. And our next presentation is from the AI Machine Learning Working Group. And Lisa Guest, please take it away.
All right, thank you. I have a little ringing. Okay, so we'll go on to the, there we go. Clicker's working, we're all set. Very good. So this is the AI Working Group. My co-chair is Adam Drobot, and he is on the line on Zoom. I think we can see him there on camera here in the room. And I'll be doing the whole presentation since I'm here in person, but I want to give him lots of thanks for putting so much work into this presentation. And of course, Adam, at any point, feel free to chime in. We have a sub-working group as well on this group, the Safe Uses of AI, and that is Mark Bayless, who's here with us, and Nomi Bergman. So thank you all for doing this sub-working group, and a thank you to our FCC liaisons. So for the agenda today, we are going, we've gone through the members. I'm going to go through I want to remind everyone of our charter. And I just want to say in general, with AI, this working group's been together for a few years now, and we're very mindful that AI is a very broad topic, and we work hard to stay focused on AI as it relates to telecommunications and things that can be helpful to the FCC and insights there. So we'll revisit our charter topic areas, talk about some overview and observations, recommendations. We have some suggestions for 2024. And I'd like to highlight, we do have several slides in this presentation. I think we have the world record of slides. But most of them are in the appendix. And I'll just point out there's a lot of good information in there. We have a lot of research that we've done both across this year and in prior years. And we wanted to bring it forward again because I think it's important not only to see the work as a whole, but also to look at the FCC strategic plan and to apply the lens of AI to the strategic plan. So that's in there. We certainly won't go over all that today. Working group members, thank all of you. We've got a lot of stability in the members. Most folks have been with us for a few years. Our charter was to look at expanding the pilot project proposals from the 20 tax session, explore the use of, the second was to explore the use of AI ML methods and techniques to improve utilization and administrative of the spectrum, and evaluate the use of AI ML methods and techniques applied to the performance, safety, security of the network. And also to consider implications in topics 4 and 5 of AI ML adoption, impact on consumers, functioning of addictive behaviors, formulate a better understanding of negative outcomes. I would like to point out, we focused a lot on topic 3, the use of AI ML methods, and delved into use cases. We felt number 3 would give us information to share that could cross-cut across several of these topics. And we actually didn't cover a lot of things relating to addictive behaviors. We felt that was a little beyond our scope to do that. And certainly in this, as was pointed with another group, we had a compressed year. So what we wanted to do is delve into more of the work we've done in prior years. So what we did is we looked at the topics and took really we organized them as 4 broader topics so that we could think about what types of speakers to invite and how to look at the material. And so this was AI pilot projects for the FCC. Topic 2 is safe use of AI, and that's where we had our sub-working group helping a lot with that. Use of AI for spectrum sharing and use of AI in telecommunications networks. And you'll hear me talk a lot about topic 4 during today with the use cases. We had several speakers across different parts of the industry. We had NIST and MITRE. We had 2 legal experts come in to talk about AI legislative status and how it relates, and they were focused in a telecommunications area. So that was a very relative presentation. And also ethics and AI and making data technology safe. We had a few vendors, so a lot of good input for our findings, which we'll be going through in a little bit. So in general, overview and observations. Last year saw, as I like to say it, AI took center stage. You know, they came to the center stage last year. It kind of came on with a lot of press, a lot of focus, and we saw a lot of advances, especially come to bear. And I myself noticed this from some of our work starting in 2018 up through this year, a lot of evolution in using AI as it relates to networking. And what we also see, we noted in the first bullet here, continued evolution of the computing infrastructure, including cloud services, edge AI, inference engines, compute accelerators, and we're starting to see different architectures come to bear as we look at how networks are built in general. And I'm speaking broadly about networks, including the routing infrastructure. The compute is closely intertwined with the network. We've got processing and storage that's available end-to-end in the network, because AI will have a home throughout the network in ensuring that traffic that can stay local will, so we save bandwidth, and traffic that has to go more centralized will. So you'll see light AI at the edges maybe, and you'll see more heavy use of it, and you'll start to see storage more tightly coupled with the network. We called that out in our 2020 report out as well. I'm going to talk a lot about data today too, because data sets and the models really are the crux of AI and how we're going to be able to use that effectively in data networks. Generative AI is starting to come on the scene, although that's something that's very practical in telecommunications. Maybe according to Gartner, it's a little further out. And a lot of legislative attention focused on AI. So I guess use all those words to say we're still on quite a learning curve with AI and ML. Spectacular successes, significant challenges, and seen over a very, very wide range of applications. And if you look at the state, again, I probably covered most of this slide in my earlier comments, but generative AI is dominating the headlines today and in general. And I think we in the industry have to stay focused on things that are going to help networks and the industry. And what's happening, I guess, in the headlines or in discussions that are happening is if something negative may happen, they may get a lot of press. And I was at the AI telecommunications workshop. I was grateful to participate when Jessica Rosenworcel spoke. And I loved her statement, the optimism that we should have around AI. And I think that's something that this group certainly is keeping in mind as we look at ways to use AI in networking. So global spending continues to increase. It's really a tremendous amount of spend. By 2026, $301 billion. So some continued growth there. Now that's all spending on AI and machine learning. But if you dive down and you look at what's going on in federal investments, we've got the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Office is doing a lot of work with AI. Coordinating, NITRD is doing a lot of work, so very specific to networking and IT. Looking at privacy, software productivity, sustainability and quality. And while I'm talking about software for a minute, the other thing that we are noticing in the group and we're starting to wrestle with is the world's moving into softwareization. And we may have a hardware-centric framework that we have as our legacy, but it's very quickly softwareizing, and some of the quality controls and areas of interest that are in the hardware world may need to apply in the software world. You'll see that show up in the recommendations later. So if I drill down even further where we are, the total federal annual budget is $3 billion, and you'll see NITRD applied for their budget for 2023. So it's bottom line is it's a major area for federal investments. Many agencies are covering that. So I'm speaking to the choir here. I know you all are very aware of that. But it does show how predominant and prevalent AI is becoming, not as its own topic, but also in every subtopic and across the whole spectrum, no pun intended, of applications. If you look at the industry, all the major vendors are here. Well, not all, but many major vendors are here. Cisco, Huawei, Ericsson, Qualcomm, Juniper, many members that are on here, Nokia, and big investments in AI already. In fact, if you look at the state of some of the products, it's interesting how you can see through the lens of AI today, you can see, well, we've actually been doing a form of AI for quite some time. And I would almost say decades if we think about it in its purest form. And it goes back and you see every company here has significant investments in AI and are already leading the way in providing solutions that are very specific use cases that help network providers. So Gartner, to think about what's got an impact, it's so easy to see the broad scope, and there is a lot of hype, and we did a lot of looking at the hype curves and kind of summarized it with this one slide. But if you look at what's available now, and I know no one can read that screen, but if you look at what's available in 1 to 3 years, or let's look at what's existing. We have Edge AI, Edge Computer Vision. These are already very critical and specific use cases helping with real-life problems that people and machines have today. The next area in 1 to 3 is, as it relates to AI, or foundational models, digital ethics, and then we're going to start to see more human-centered AI and generative AI. So that's in the 3 to 6 years. So there's a lot of expectations of the future and impact, and frankly, it'll be a lot to keep up with as we evolve. So I hinted at this. So data is foundational to AI. And if you look, now see, here's some of the findings that we got from our presenters. So we're going to dive into the observations section. But unstructured data remains largely untapped. Where we're seeing the most use of AI, and I'm going to just call out a couple bullets, because again, I know you cannot read it, but we kind of wrote this presentation as an informational resource, not necessarily just to present in this room today. But transactional data like journal entries, purchase orders, and master data, which is customers, partners, accounts, financial assets, static data, that's really the largest portion of AI. Unstructured data, which really holds a lot of promise as we go through AI, documents, spreadsheets, drawings, is largely untapped today. And just a little fun fact, just because I like trivia, but Asia and North America process the highest percentage of multimedia and streaming data files, and the highest unstructured is in Asia Pacific. So I thought that was interesting. We were talking last night at dinner how it impacts our global network traffic to see where that happens. So findings, 90% of data stored digitally was created in the last 2 years. It's incredible. We always talk about the explosion of data and the explosion of traffic, but this is a remarkable statistic. Equally remarkable is that we use between 2 and 4% of that data. So hence it's, ripe for future AI. Less than 0.1% of the data was analyzed. And between 25 million and 50 million people around the world were involved collecting and curating that data. I say all that to say what we hear from a lot of our speakers, and we've all noticed collectively, we have to pick the right data and have the right model, because you could go broad, but you've really got to have very unique use cases and focus on that. And that's kind of, as all of us collectively as an industry, getting our training wheels on and figuring out where to go and having successes along the way rather than going too broad. What do we want to consider with data? So we need use case specific data. It needs to be scalable. It needs to be relevant data. It often comes from, this is point 2, comes from many sources. So instrumentation, prevailing conditions, provenance information, characterization, historical data, and it needs to be synthesized. How are we going to govern the data and ensure privacy? I'll be talking about that a little bit later in a recommendation. And then how can we have data available for multiple uses? I think about data catalogs. If you think about where we are and have been in recent past, data will get collected for a single use, then it will sit there consuming storage, but it's not useful for others in the future because it ages and it's not curated. So this is an important problem that many have highlighted. I'm certainly not unique in highlighting it, but we just want to, as a 5th point, we want to encourage open sharing of models and data. And we do believe the FCC can have a role there. We'll go through that in some recommendations. So creating some, now that we have the data, creating the resources, creating AI and ML models, understanding the problem, determining the features, and then deploying and operating the AI and ML model. So if you see it in operation, it's an iterative process. I'm really highlighting this as kind of an example of maybe a common structure the industry could think about looking toward. And this comes from other industry groups. We certainly didn't invent this in our working group, but just highlighting this as a model we found as interesting. Another cut that we took at this, so we talked about data as an entity. Another cut that we look at is the life cycle view, and I think that's an interesting aspect that's important to think about. In fact, one of our themes is take this from a point project to a problem-solving project, that's a little broader. And if you think about network life cycle phases, I think this diagram will indicate this a little bit. You have foundational things that occur across a network life cycle. And if you'll notice here, the timeline that we kind of called out for a network life cycle is 15 to 30 years. But I think Mark, it might have been you or someone was mentioning we have radar we have to deal with and its life cycle is 80 years. So yes, it's not conservative. 30 years is probably short compared to what some things are. So you look at design, development, deployment, operation, upgrades, and mods. This is important as you're thinking about use cases so you can flesh them out. And if you look at how use cases might cut across here, you'll see a horizontal thread. Things like radio access management, that you not only do design development, you operate, you upgrade, modify. Same with network planning, network security. All these areas are rich already with AI and certainly for future AI. There's also vertical ways to look at your use cases: configuration management, dispatching your workforce, and network security. That shows up again because in operationally ways of using it, that's very, very important. So different ways of looking at it. So now I'm going to transition into use cases. This was really our topic 4, and what I said we spent most of our time on in this season of this group. I'm certainly not going to read all these slides, but we came up with several interesting use cases that cut across both horizontally and vertically. Things like, what are the intrinsic requirements? How do you test? How do you assure? Component design, how do you certify amplifiers, antennas? How do you find bad actors? Other items such as maybe configuration management. I think monitoring and troubleshooting is a very rich area, and where I'm seeing the vendors talking about already with offerings are things like proactive maintenance, proactive traffic management. That's already paying off quite well for customers, carriers, operators in our industry. Asset tracking, system level network design. How do you characterize an environment at a local and a systems level? How do you project the usage patterns? How do you automatically recover from failures and takes a lot of this burden off of the end user? So there's quite a few here. I think that's a rich area that, as we think about pilot projects for the FCC to go delve in, maybe there's a specific use case that's particularly applicable to something that aligns with a priority of parts of the FCC. So a summary of the key observations, I think I've already repeated this ad nauseum, we see this as becoming pervasive and foundational in network functions, support systems, and going across the whole network cycle. So, and interestingly, telecom has been a lead sector in the introduction of AI and ML in operations, much as I've mentioned earlier with the offerings that are already out there and the solutions already deployed. So now we're getting to the recommendations. I'm glad I got through this. So it was a lot of information. Before I transition, does anyone have any specific comments or questions before we move on to recommendations? Adam, did you have anything you'd like to add before we get to recommendations?
Oops, okay. No, Lisa, I think you're on track, and I look at the time, probably right thing to do is to move on to the recommendations.
Okay, great. So as we look at recommendations, this is an approach we've used in prior years as well. So we look at the issues addressed. Here are the 4 topics that we have. If you look at the upper left, and we filter through considerations. What are the FCC strategic priorities? What's relevant to the industry? How timely is it? So what we're trying to do is focus on things that are going to have a more near-term impact, relevant to the industry, and align with FCC priorities and with the strategic priorities of the country. And then that's the nature of these recommendations. So we'll go ahead and get to topic number 1, and I'll summarize it as data for AI/ML, a critical role for the FCC. So we're recommending FCC should, and actually I'd say continue. I think there's been a lot of good leadership there already. I can't highlight how great I think the AI in telecommunications workshop was. And in my travels, I've come across many people who were dialed into that or listened or watched the recording and really got a lot of value out of it. So just continue to take this role coordinating data sets, and operations important to telecommunications, and be very focused on critical problems and analytical approaches, keeping in mind the needs of the operators, the suppliers, public organizations, consumers, and the research community, which I'd say is already well underway because it was a nice collaboration at the workshop and more of that. So that's the crux of this recommendation. And we wanted to call out more as a helpful thing rather than trying to be presumptuous to tell anyone what to do, but we would like to just call out that these things do require budget, allocation of resources, especially curating, looking after data, or even defining models, or working intensely with the industry to figure out how do we have a common data set and a common language that we can leverage data and use it with training models to benefit the industry and the nation's network. Recommendation 2 is somewhat along these lines with but we are recommending, I'd word it like, as you think about the organization and the structure, ensure that it's facilitating collaboration and with a focus on AI, and knowing that AI doesn't exist in a vacuum. It goes across special, other areas, but you also have to make sure that there's focus with it as well. So, and that includes machine learning, public and private use cases, thinking about ethical, legal, security, and privacy aspects. I think about all of the frameworks we have. I alluded to this earlier, whether it's legal or certification, structural, our foundations are going to need to be scrubbed through to start thinking about how does AI impact all of it. Because it's going, this is Lisa's opinion, but I think it's going to turn everything on its head quicker maybe than we think. So that's kind of the essence of this, is to ensure that there's a focus and that those working on it have the influence to make quick changes, and they might be not changes, but recommendations. Number 3, AI native FCC information services, driving and leading. So the FCC is an important source of information for the telecommunications industry. Conduct a review of information a lot of words here, products, and its mandates to create a long-range plan and provide to stakeholders the best information. So what that's kind of getting at in a long way is, if I could use an example, you think about maybe more rural operators and they're trying to do their own studies or do things, and maybe there's data out there already that could help them, and we could get, this is just one example. Maybe there's data that could help them accomplish their needs better. Or maybe there's data that could help the industry get to a point of deployment quicker because it's already been done and they don't have to do it themselves. So that's the information services comment. The plan should include building of data catalogs to make it easier for the stakeholders to ingest, utilize FCC-supplied data in routine activities, and as a reliable source for their operations. So I think the example I just used is a good one to highlight what this verbiage is getting at. Also, I think it's an important phrase we have in here, without creating undue burden. We urge the FCC to consider data mechanisms for the collection and dissemination of data to advance best practices across the industry. I think that's a place where the FCC can come to bear and provide frameworks. And again, without undue burden or certainly any coercion or anything. I'm trying to come up with the right word that's not that one. But again, I think that's an important place. Tools and facilities for capitalizing on AI. So you could use a lot of tools for things like optimizing your national broadband network, for simulation, emulation programs to predict areas of concern. For example, could we find bad actors on the network quicker with AI? So use the tools and facilities to capitalize on that. There have been some very successful point projects along the way. And I think just doing more of that, because I think they've paid off well. The Spectrum Sharing Challenge being a shining example of that. So recommending that. And then the final recommendation is as I say, the foundation for optimism in the future. And also to look at what's been successful elsewhere and, what we might leverage. So the EU AI Act is quite interesting. It's an interesting structure. It may have, it has positive impacts because it has a risk-based frameworks. It may have overtly heavy approaches to it, but we're recommending looking at things. This is just one example of many, to work with relevant conjunction agencies. So, and again, continue, and we think the series of workshops is really a great format for continuing these conversations and the cross connections that we all have. And that's it for the recommendations. Suggestions for 2024, and this will be my last slide, and I'm almost on time. AI ML models of spectrum usage. So we had an excellent presentation on spectrum sharing. Going further into that, and it may not be the AI working group that does this next year. In fact, we don't know that the AI working group will be, we haven't, I don't want to be presumptuous, but we think this is important to continue to delve here on patterns of usage, data specifics on there, AI ML security. We're seeing more and more with almost every speaker touched on security and the need, not just the benefit, but the need to have proactive, secure AI to help mitigate bad actors that will also be, that have access to AI. Paths to discovery and maturity for AI ML capabilities. Again, just keeping at the forefront of the industry and the world so the U.S. can be at the forefront of the technology. And finally, we are recommending to continue looking into testing and certification for AI ML as it relates to the softwareization of the network. We have some frameworks in place for hardware. Let's make sure as we're going into softwareization, we're doing that just as carefully. And with that, I'll have questions.
Brian?
I think maybe more comment. And I looked at this slide when you guys did a review, but on the safe uses one, we mentioned the EU Act, which at least CTA thinks has a lot of problems. We did mention NIST risk management framework. NIST is working on this, so if we do continue this topic, we certainly need to look at NIST work for risk management of AI.
So Brian, in fact, we had presentations from NIST, and I think the framework they came up with is one of the ones that has a lot of people rallying around it. At the same time, there is no specialization of that framework to telecommunications. So that's worthwhile looking at. I think the reason we probably called out the EU AI Act, because it represents a very large market. It's likely to have a major impact, okay? And it has some things buried into it, I think, as Lisa mentioned, that looked at how the act is to be administered. And I would say the style of that may not really fit the US all that well, okay? And at the same time, you look at US companies around the world that operate in Europe, they will probably have to follow what's in that act, okay? And to have a counter regime that is more our flavor is an important thing to concentrate on, okay? But I think, there are several different frameworks. NIST is one of them, and I suspect that'll also get fairly high adoption.
Yeah, I think the NIST call out is good. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Other comments, questions? Lisa and Adam, obviously AI and ML is such a huge topic, and you always do a great job of not only focusing on us on what's relevant to the FCC, but that can't be done in total isolation with what's going on in other countries and in other areas. So, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I work with Lisa and them, as you guys know, I was on the safe usage part. And one of the things that Lisa and Adam put on, AI has gotten some phenomenally bad hype about dangers and threats. And one of the things people need to remember is AI is just a technology. It's an expansion of just anything else. And technology can be used for good and bad, as we've seen for everything. It doesn't, going through. But one of the things that we need to remember is that this capabilities, AI is going to expand. And it's going to be in every aspect of what we do. And because we'll have bad actors, as she mentioned, that will be using AI to write codes to hack networks and go through. But the interesting thing about it is, for most of the experts we talk to, AI is better at catching people and picking up on little differences in things than it is hacking. But what that means is that everyone will have to use AI very shortly. But the U.S. does need to lead in this, because the movement on AI is going to be absolutely critical for advancement of communications, manufacturing, just about anything across the board. And so we need to not take an attitude that's following upon the bad press that is putting such a threat to AI.
Thanks, Mark. I pointed out during one of our working group sessions, I think, Chairwoman Rosenworcel's speech at the AI ML event here at the Commission really stands out as maybe the first speech I've heard from a U.S. policymaker that recognized positive aspects of AI. Obviously, she didn't ignore the need for safeguards and the need, the concern over safety. But I think she's the first person I've heard in the government highlighting that, wait a minute, this isn't all bad, and that, it's inevitable that this is going to be used in various ways. So let's have the Commission try to enable the safe uses. Marvin.
As systems are increasingly optimized, they sometimes become more brittle. And I worry that in this age of more hurricanes, wildfires, other natural disasters, that it could potentially become more difficult to restore systems when the normal pattern of operation is broken.
Yeah. So, Marvin, I think you have a more than a legitimate worry, because there are examples, I would say, of the disaggregation of the network, where we have already gone through incidents that have caused problems, okay? And therefore, when I look at one of the recommendations that deals with testing and certification, it is to have some degree of rigor in the way we deal with the softwareized world, which includes AI and ML, and that should be one of the considerations for the future, okay? And, I think there are lots of choices in how that gets done. Whether it ends up being industry bodies that lead, whether the FCC sort of uses its bully pulpit to highlight the issues. But I think that fragility is very important. And in fact, when you look at 5G right now and what promises to be the next generation of networks, that now has over 6,000 parameters in it. Okay, no human being knows how to optimize them. Okay, and therefore you have to use some kind of analytical methods or AI or ML or software models to deal with that large number. Okay, and figuring out what are the guardrails that make that safe, so you can actually use the power of optimization that these techniques give you is absolutely crucial, okay? So this balance between, I would say, safety and at the same time benefits is something that should be taken seriously. I hope that answers your question, or at least comments on it.
Thanks. Good point. Henning, and then we'll do Marty.
Yeah, this is
the reality is that the genie is out of the bottle.
Wait.
And the only thing we can do now is put the right guardrails in.
Okay, Henning?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up by not knowing what I was going to say. One related aspect of that is what I would call the autopilot problem, namely that we already have a skills issue in the telecommunications industry in the sense that in many cases the systems have gotten so complex that ever fewer people fully understand how these systems work. And in particular, when unexpected things happen, like 911 failures that we can point to by a large corporation, which was really an interaction of a variety of parameters, it takes an inordinately long amount of time to bring the network up simply because nobody fully understands the network. And so my concern is related, is a kind of a twist on that, that the ability to make networks complicated means that they also fail harder when they do fail, and that nobody understands how to fix them when those situations arise because of lack of training, lack of personnel, because then it means you don't hire people you don't normally need, and so on. The last, a related kind of one is that one topic that I heard alluded to was the adversarial impact. So one of my topics of interest is robocalls and unwanted calls in general.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I do worry that many of the techniques that are used to detect unwanted calls are basically pattern recognition calls. And it's relatively easy to detect if it's always the same car warranty call. Hard if you have ChatGPT versions that generate 1 million different versions of that call that all sound a little different, that engage with callers, so you lower the cost of those calls. So I wonder if the AI group has worried about, given that robocalls are probably one of the 2 or 3 highest priority items from what I understand for the commission at the moment, as to that changes the balance of power, if you like, between the attacker, in this case, illegal robocaller, and the enforcement detection capabilities.
Yeah. So let me start with your last comment and then go back to your first one. In the technical community, I would say there is a lot of controversy. Okay, and in fact, both views sort of seem to be prevailing, okay, that the bad guys win on one hand. On the other hand, AI helps you flush out who the bad guys are, okay? And my suspicion is that balance will go back and forth. It's real. It's something to consider, and not to consider it just lightly, but to embrace it and make sure that there's a cadre of well-trained people who are actually able to deal with those issues. If I were to go back to your first comment, I would like to say the following. From my own experience, having worked at Bellcore Telcordia, we had OSS systems that were around 150 million lines of code, okay? I can tell you, nobody fully understood everything that was in those 150 million lines, okay? What one could do as part of practice is make sure that one made the investments. In fact, one of them was starting the program at CMU, that telecommunication engineers would learn about software skills, okay? Is to do sort of continuous improvement, that you continue to pour over those 150 million lines, okay? And I don't see anything fundamentally different in the AI ML world, okay? The level of complexity is probably at a similar level. The volumes of what we have to deal with have gone up dramatically, okay? But I think the basics are still there. And the only practical answer I know is you have to have knowledgeable staffs, pay attention to it, make sure the investments are made, and that people follow best practices and some form of continuous improvement in what they do, okay? I don't think you ever get the problems down to zero.
Okay, thanks. Those last 2 comments from Henning and Marvin, I think, are super important, especially from the FCC's point of view. So if there's nothing else, I'll call for a vote on the recommendations of the AIML group. All those in favor of the recommendations, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? Okay, they're adopted. Lisa and Adam, again, thank you very, very much. And we will now move to our fourth and final working group, which is 6G, and we'll hear from Brian Daly and Manu.
Thank you, Dean. So I'll start off. This is Brian Daly of AT&T on behalf of my co-lead, Manu Gossain from Northeastern University. We'd like to present the 6G working group findings. So if we'll move to the next slide, please. So the outline for today, we'll go through our participants and charter just briefly. But we'll highlight on the focus areas that we spent for 2023. The first is the road to 6G. We'll talk about national and global leadership for 6G, new spectrum needs for 6G, security needs for 6G, potential solutions for the digital divide in education and emerging 6G. And for each of these focus areas, we do have recommendations and advisements. Next slide, please. Again, we would like to thank all the working group team members. Without your contributions, discussions, and input, it wouldn't be possible to come to the conclusions that we have today. I won't read through the extensive list of names we have here, but as you can see, we do have a diverse list of working group team members providing different perspectives, which just strengthened the output for the group. Next slide, please. Just a review of our charter. We had a number of different areas that we were to look at this year, including information on the development and deployment of 6G technology, spectrum, and the vulnerabilities of the supply chain to the changing dynamics of the global standards development, Open RAN, vRAN, security, especially security in Open and vRAN, spectrum opportunities, looking toward millimeter wave and terahertz bands for front haul and backhaul, how we're going to use 6G in various use cases such as autonomous driving, edge computing, emergency alerting, and smart city technology, and finally, how can 6G help bridge the digital divide? Now, this is a long list of items, many of which are still under development within the various industry bodies. So we didn't tackle each one of them during this TAC, and future TACs as 6G matures should continue to look at some of these areas. Next slide, please. So again, our output is a white paper looking at 4 specific areas that we focused on. Again, those are the road to 6G, looking at national and global landscapes for 6G, looking at new spectrum needs for 6G, the security needs, as well as potential solutions for the digital divide in education. Next slide, please. Just to give a brief executive summary of the white paper, we do present key national and global developments in industry, government, and academia, and various standardization efforts that are charting a path towards 6G. We provide key recommendations and considerations for the FCC across areas of 6G spectrum needs, security, and the digital divide. We identify key initiatives in the ITU IMT 2030 work, WRC 2023 and 2027 that will identify key input criteria such as usage requirements, spectrum needs, and technology development areas that will eventually define 6G and serve as input to the standards developments within 3GPP. We also identify spectrum needs from low, mid, and high bands, including unlicensed and non-terrestrial use, and identify the security landscape and increase attack surface that 6G may unfold as ICT and mobile communications converge, along with the increased use of AI and ML networks. And finally, we address the digital divide topic and its impact on education. And we do provide recommendations on spectrum access, siting, and backhaul, as well as the cost of delivery to close the access gap with 6G technology. Next slide, please. So to start off, we'll talk about the national and global landscape for 6G. As everyone's probably aware, the CHIPS and Science Act has several parts that do benefit wireless research. And this includes the Technology Innovation and Partnerships Directorate, which is under the National Science Foundation and has wireless research among its priorities. There's also the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, which has a focus to drive wireless innovation and foster competition and strengthen supply chain resilience. 6G does have a prominent role in semiconductor-oriented activities. The White House PCAST report on revitalizing the U.S. semiconductor ecosystem did point out that mobile phones make up 26% and information and communications infrastructure at 24%. They make up more than half of the total demand of semiconductors. So the importance of 6G has been recognized as a critical technology by the U.S. and other governments in light of the increasingly tense geopolitical situation. Next slide, please. So in April of this year, the National Security Council and the National Science Foundation did organize a workshop on 6G. And the NSC published a document on principles for 6G, open and resilient by design. And there were 6 principles addressing these topics. Those included trusted technology and protective of national security, open and interoperable innovation, secure, resilient, and protective of privacy, affordable, environmental, sustainable, and globally connected, spectrum, novel materials and manufacturing, and standards and international collaborations. And on standards, the U.S. government is renewing its attention to standards. It did issue the National Standards Strategy for Critical and Emerging Technology in May of this year, and communications and networking technologies were featured first among 8 focused areas. And there is notes that the U.S. has been lagging in participation, especially in groups such as the ITU, but we do expect a change with the election of the U.S. candidate as Secretary General of the ITU. The report does also identify an action to work with the private sector to educate and train a new standards workforce. Next slide, please. The U.S. and the European Union has launched the Trade and Technology Council that was launched in 2021 with the objective to promote U.S. and EU competitiveness and prosperity and the spread of democratic market-oriented values and increasing transatlantic trade and investment, especially in emerging technologies and infrastructure. Working Group 4 of the TCC does focus on information and communications technology and services, as well as security and competitiveness. There was a 6G expert workshop held under the TTC auspices in April of this year, and in that included 3 panels on introduction and scene setter, use case categories and technology visions, as well as key enablers. The workshop recommendations include transatlantic collaboration on 6G, and these were provided to the 4th TTC meeting in Sweden in May of this year. Next slide, please. So some additional actions. A B7 meeting was held in Tokyo in April and did issue recommendations to the G7 political leaders. And under the digital transformation goals, 6G is highlighted as an emerging critical technology with a recommendation to promote research collaboration among the GC members. The National Security Council did also hold a roundtable to advance cooperation on R&D for 5G and 6G. This roundtable was held this past June and had attendees from academia, industry, and government, both from the U.S. as well as India. And there's a follow-up to this initiative on critical and emerging technology that was announced in May, which will elevate and expand strategic technology partnership between the governments, businesses, and academic institutions, both in India and the US. This was followed up by a joint statement emphasizing collaborations on 5G and 6G, as well as Open RAN, and is led by the NextG Alliance and the Broad 6G Alliance. Next slide, please. So if we look at the 5G path to 6G, right now we're working in standards on 5G Advanced. So release 17 completed, and we're now in the midst of release 18 and beginning release 19, which are giving the label as 5G Advanced. The primary aim of release 17 was to improve the 5G system performance, support new use cases and verticals, and promote ubiquitous connectivity in different deployment conditions and scenarios. Release 18 is a major enhancement to 5G. It brings in areas such as artificial intelligence and extended reality, and will enable highly intelligent network solutions that can support a wider variety of use cases. Release 19 is starting to look at advanced services such as integrated sensing and communications, localized mobile metaverse services, service robots, and ambient-powered IoT. And if we look at the timelines, we'll see that the completion dates for these are, between next year and the year 2024. Next slide, please. The ITU is also working on developing their specifications for IMT towards 2030 and beyond. Their recommendation on a new IMT vision document was completed, and they have also developed the framework which will lead toward technical performance requirements that will be fed into 3GPP. And as you can see from the timeline, the technical proposals for IMT 2030 can begin to be fed back into the ITU in the 2027 through 2029 timeframe, with the evaluations completing in the second half of 2029. And this will lead to an IMT 2030 standard in the early 2030 timeframe. Next slide, please. So the draft IMT 2030 framework was agreed out of the Working Party 5D and is sent for adoption to Study Group 5 of the ITUR, which is scheduled for this September. The ITU plans to finish the initial IMT 2030 standardization process no later than the year 2030, and that's consistent with the 3GPP Release 20 and 21 timelines. There's also consideration of spectrum in higher frequency ranges above 92 gigahertz as a complement to the use of the lower frequency bands, and more specifically bands around 100, 140 to 160, 220 to 240, and 300 gigahertz may be candidates for their new spectrum ranges. Next slide, please. The ITU framework does define a number of capabilities and use cases, and these capabilities will eventually turn into the performance requirements for the next IMT. And as you can see there, the initial performance requirements are looking at capabilities that are greater than what we have in 5G, including higher connection densities so that you have more IoT devices, higher reliability, lower latency from 1/10 to 1 millisecond across the air interface, higher peak data rates and user experience data rates than what we experience with 5G, more accurate positioning for industrial and robotic uses, and just extending the capabilities that we see in IMT 2020 or what's known as 5G. Some of the use cases that are being looked at include massive communication, ubiquitous connectivity, high reliability and low latency communication extensions from 5G, integrated AI and communication, immersive communication, integrated sensing and communication. All of these will require security, privacy, and resiliency, sustainability, connecting the unconnected, and ubiquitous intelligence. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll turn it over to my co-lead, Manu, who will talk about Spectrum.
Thanks, Brian. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to echo my thanks to Chairperson Dean, the FCC liaisons, and the 6G Working Group membership. So I'll switch over to some of the spectrum needs that the working group looked at for as we move towards 6G. So Brian set the stage really nicely. I think the key takeaway on this side is we looked at the demand driver side for spectrum allocation, and this was segmented into two different categories. One was looking at the increased demand from the existing use cases, which you'll see on the table represents a growth of between 24 and 21% on the smartphone form factor. But we're also looking at novel use cases that was very nicely presented by the Emerging Technologies Group across XR, AR, multisensory, extended reality, but also as we see the proliferation of distributed and integrating communication and sensing paradigms as they get introduced in the 6G use case. Key takeaway is that we're going to see a large requirement of bandwidth, some up to the order of instantaneous bandwidth of 2 gigahertz for both the terrestrial and the non-terrestrial spectrum as we look at the next decade as we move towards IMT 2030. Next slide, please. Then we looked at some of the new spectrum bands for consideration. Some are being looked at already by the FCC, but there is also some general and global consensus across the spectrum bands. We heard from the Spectrum Sharing Group. These obviously overlap very strongly with that group's presentation, but I think from the 6G perspective, the key point here is there is universal agreement in terms of requirements for new spectrum that the regulators are going to need to address and open up more spectrum, specifically segmented into two broader categories between the 7 to 15 gigahertz range, as well as the 15 to 24 gigahertz range. This is a rich area because it still needs to be studied from the perspective of communication technologies and how the channel is going to behave per se. So there is going to be a lot of work that's going to be required for developing channel models as well as advanced radio systems, hardware, softwares. There is a lack of availability of software-defined radios right now in these spectrum ranges, so that'll be quite interesting to understand how that trajectory changes as time goes on. In addition, as we've seen that some of the more demanding applications and some of the use cases presented are going to require larger bandwidths, some in the order of 10 gigahertz. And for that, we're going to need to go up into the frontier frequencies above 110 gigahertz. And this is going to go all the way up to true terahertz. So this is going to put significant pressure on building the entire wireless technology system, the radio system, as well as the entire network, how to ingest large instantaneous bandwidths, how to process large numbers of IQ samples, and then obviously where is spectrum available that may be used for communication technologies. When we look at new spectrum, we can't obviously ignore the non-terrestrial component. This is something that in the standards body's work is very keenly and closely being looked at. Some of the spectrum ranges we're monitoring here and we're advising that continues to be looked at from a hybrid approach, both a coexistence and cooperation of a hybrid network between terrestrial and non-terrestrial is all the way from the low band, 900 megahertz, all the way up to 80 gigahertz. This is also going to be looked at across all different facets, so LEO, MEO, and GEO. And because of the different propagation characteristics, we're going to need to look at the different bands that can be used to satisfy the use cases. Next slide, please. Also looking at it from a global perspective, and we know that WRC 23, which is going to be held in November and December, that has a strong US contingent, and the US position has been defined or is close to being defined. But the key thing to understand there is at WRC 2023, the agenda for WRC 27 is going to be proposed and agreed upon. And there are some spectrum bands that are listed here that some of the working working group members that overlap and are participating in those meetings and are part of the contingent have brought to our attention, and that's available here for the FCC to look at. I think the key point here is that as the agenda is set, bifurcating it across terrestrial 6G spectrum use and non-terrestrial spectrum use, this is going to represent a very broad swath of spectrum that's going to need to be made available or to find paradigms for use as these study items or these agenda items are introduced for WRC 27. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of the summaries, right, up until now, we've talked about the demand drivers for new spectrum, but we were also cognizant, and this is similar in spirit to some of the spectrum sharing presentation, we're also looking at some paradigms on how to better use the existing spectrum. So there are some challenges, obviously, for reallocation or refarming of incumbents. There is also a wide variation in how the spectrum is actually used, and there was some nice body of work presented by the Spectrum Sharing Group here, but also there is a current state of the art of spatial multiplexing by the use of technologies like Massive MIMO. We're also sort of providing an advisement on looking at flexible access to unused spectrum. This is going to look at developing new incentivization models for licensees to seize the use of their spectrum when it's not in use, and using the techniques and technologies we've seen from the AI working group. There may be opportunities on how to better utilize the underutilized spectrum. I'm going to skip over spectrum sharing because that was really nicely covered. We are also looking at from the perspective of 6G as we increase the cell density, and we'll get into some of the reasons for that in some of the next few slides, and also around spatial multiplexing technologies, where as the orders for the larger arrays or higher order MIMO arrays that are going to be developed, some claiming up to 1,024 elements to increase the bits per second per hertz per kilometer square to ensure spatial allocation of a user signal. So we advise consideration of not just adding new spectrum, but also looking at techniques for refarming or reusing or sharing existing spectrum. Next slide, please. So in terms of some recommendations, one which is a little bit strongly worded is to build a longer term spectrum pipeline, which there is some consensus from some industry bodies that we do not have an adequate 5 to 15 year pipeline for spectrum allocation change considerations. And this is going to be important not just from a national strategy point of view, but also for global harmonization. And that's going to be required to make significant change for spectrum for cellular communications. Also looking at or also advisements for exploring licensing and sublet schemes. This has been implemented in other nations, and this needs to be studied a little bit closely. Could be an advisement for study topics as we look at spectrum for 6G in future TACs. And then also wanted to introduce, given the increased cell density, streamlining the site location regulatory process, because that's going to put a strain as larger and larger number of dense sites are required for 6G from a spectrum perspective. Next slide, please. So increased cell density was covered, and I think last point wanted to make was around spectral efficiency, which is again looking at how the spectrum is allocated and investigating and expanding the growth of NTN technologies, altitude-based spectrum use, and justifying and exploring this idea of how to include this in a 6G perspective to increase spectral efficiency. Next slide. Some of the risks must be considered. Obviously, increasing cell density is going to increase the power consumption. Higher frequencies is going to require more energy because of some of the waste that happens at the power amplifier level, and increasing use of sending more and more satellites and using NTN is going to continue to crowd and create space debris as well as crowd orbit resources. Also need to be cognizant of creating performance metrics or actually revisiting them in terms of metrics like spectral efficiency and providing adequate backhaul, because these are varying across different use cases, geographic areas, spectrum bands, as well as areas where there are maybe high or low population density, as well as the time variations due to the day time of year as well. So advising that some of those metrics be studied again. Next slide, please. With that, I'll pass it over back to Brian.
Okay, Thank you, Manu. Yeah, let me before we move into the security, just some breaking news on the spectrum front. The ADAS NextG Alliance did release their paper today on 6G spectrum considerations, which is complementary to the work we've done. And Mike Naraki, who is leading the effort within the NextG Alliance, is a member of the TAC. So just wanted to bring that point forward. So if we go to the next slide, please, we'll talk a bit about security. Just as with 5G and prior generations of wireless, it's going to be very crucial that we consider security as a top priority in 6G from the outset. And this is extremely important as we consider, some of the advances that may be coming in the coming years, both in AI as well as quantum. That we really need to address security and how that may affect the 6G network. This is going to require a lot of collaboration and ongoing work between commercial and governmental stakeholders, both here within the US as well as around the world. And the FCC should take into account recommendations and input, not only from this TAC, but also future TACs, since 6G is an ongoing development. As well as the CISRIC and others, and look at the major wireless standards bodies that do play an important role that define 6G equipment, and making sure that 6G is fully secure, as it has done with equipment from prior generations of wireless. As we know, 6G is still early in the discussion phase, but it's noteworthy that the NextG Alliance has also published a paper on 6G trust, security, and resilience. And the FCC CISRIC does continue to produce recommendations and best practices for security. The focus has been on 5G, but they do have implications as we move towards 6G. And also there's been some focus on the security of Open RAN. The O-RAN Alliance has a working group that's dedicated to security. That's Working Group 11. And they're focused on security topics in the Open RAN, including virtualization, multi-vendor, and related topics. Next slide, please. We do present a number of security references in the paper that we're presenting today. And we note that 3GPP SA3, which is the security working group within 3GPP, has published 246 specification studies and technical reports dating back to 2G systems, and 42 of those specifications are specific to 5G. As I already mentioned, the O-RAN Alliance has a working group dedicated to security, and they've produced 12 security specifications to date. The National Security Council has a position paper on 6G, and the CISRIC has produced several reports on security, including promoting security, reliability, and interoperability of open radio access equipment in December of 22, and how virtualization technologies can be used to promote 5G security and reliability also in 22. CISA has presented their vulnerability scanning and cyber resilience review. As I mentioned already, the NextG Alliance has published their Trust, Security, and Resilience for 6G Systems white paper, and NIST has published its Zero Trust Architecture. The recommendation from this TAC is that future TACs continue to monitor and provide input on 6G security and resilience, along with input to the Commission from other groups as the technology development and standards process matures. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll turn it back to Manu, and we'll talk about the digital divide.
Thanks, Brian. Next slide, please. So digital divide is a topic that's obviously near and dear to everybody on the TAC, and this is something that really came to the forefront when we went through the pandemic. So this is just basically an introduction on how the access to the internet is now an indispensable tool for acquiring knowledge and skills, and closing the digital divide needs to be looked at from a 360-degree perspective. So it's not just about access, but it's also about how to help, how to use that access to actually develop the skills and the community, because it is now such a critical lifeline. And the FCC has done some initial early work through the Emergency Connectivity Fund, Affordable Connectivity Program, and some of the recent changes proposed to the E-rate program as well. Next slide, please. Some of the key benefits, again, I think most of us will agree on it. I'll just hit the high points here, given there's a little bit of a time constraint around information and resource availability, collaborative learning opportunities, personalized learning, as well as a global perspective and cultural awareness. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges are specifically around the infrastructure and connectivity. Practically achieving full-time access requires a kind of a holistic 360-degree approach, which requires the infrastructure, requires connectivity, and especially in some of the remote areas, the cost and the logistical challenges of delivery are prohibitive. Some of the partnerships, we've seen some initial models, but they can actually be used to increase the penetration. And the idea is, as 6G is going to be so heavily, it's going to be dense, but it's also going to have to look at fixed wireless access technologies. We need to look at it. We need to look at that at this early design stage, so that this connectivity can be tailored and the digital divide can be closed. Next slide, please. So again, the issues around equity and accessibility, which is going to be around the economics, here Congress sort of stepped up, and then alongside the Emergency Connectivity Fund that was established, provided some of the subsidies for reducing or providing equal access to folks who were in remote or rural parts of the country. Next slide, please. So we see sort of some of the challenges from the perspective of treating education as actually a use case. So the TAC believes that the industry, academia, the educational groups, as well as the regulators need to prioritize the development of an end-to-end 6G solution to provide low cost and full-time access for education from the K through the 12 level. Obviously, the spectrum is going to have to go hand in hand with the use case, and in some of the emerging 6G architectures, we're looking at higher bands like the millimeter wave and the sub-terahertz and terahertz band to and their value in terms of throughput and capacity. But we also need to be cognizant of some of the propagation characteristics. So there are some physical and spectrum-related solutions that the FCC need to be aware of as we think about some policy considerations for closing the digital divide. Backhaul and transport is going to be something that's going to be important, because without adequate backhaul, whether it be fiber, integrated access backhaul, or satellite, more spectrum or higher spectral efficiency, it will not result in the expected business service and experience improvements. So those policy considerations need to be revisited as well. Next slide, please. So in summary, primarily from a perspective of why this topic is important, really wanted to hit home that the FCC alone is not going to be able to solve the digital divide challenge. It will require a very comprehensive public-private sector stakeholder group to manage this. But the idea is that early on, while 6G is being developed, this is something that is treated as a key pillar or a key use case that needs to be supported. And one of the advisements for future TAC would be to continue to explore some of the technology solutions and then make some more actionable recommendations to the FCC to look at, to map those technology solutions to policy. Next slide, please. So some of the key recommendations here are primarily exploring on the early design and planning that should be looked at when 6G is being discussed in standards bodies, but also looking at technology interoperability to solve this last mile issue. So leaning in on technologies that provide spatial multiplexing like massive MIMO, looking at lower cost, maybe even lower performance, or performance parity across Open RAN architectures to try to drive down the cost of providing access and delivering service in the rural context. We're also going to need to have an influence on standards and industry bodies that are going to need to focus on the technical solutions, as well as trying to think of spectrum allocations or providing some more innovation in policy for some spectrum bands, including some of the power levels that could be modified for access or for helping provide this service into the areas where it's needed. Speed and connectivity to service, this is going to require prioritization of completion of some of the fiber projects in these rural areas and removing some of the construction and siting issues that address the high cost of fiber drop placement in rural or remote areas. Next slide, please. So this is again dense, but the key takeaway here is looking at it from a spectrum perspective, which is to look at availability of unused or desirable spectrum in the rural areas, primarily in the low band, 600, 700, 850 megahertz to provide the greatest reach, but also looking at the availability of the unused spectrum for non-terrestrial technologies to offer greater capacity. And then advanced spectrum sharing across some of the frequencies that may be used already with the goal of significantly increasing the spectrum efficiency, and then ensuring that the broadband maps, which is a key initiative within the FCC, to be included and to be made more accurate and up to date, as well as for internet access at various K-12 schools, libraries, and other educational institutions. Next slide. So just before I wrap up, some of these points also pointed to some of the advisements for the 2024 charter. We do believe 6G is obviously going to continue on a trajectory of development, and we do need a 360-degree view from not just spectrum, use case, technology, but also looking at some of the policy considerations that begin to get unwrapped as we explore some of these subtopics. Thank you for your attention, and we'll turn it back over to the FCC liaisons for any questions.
Thanks so much, Manu and Brian. Comments, questions, everyone? Henny?
So thank you for raising in depth the issue of access, particularly in rural areas. That's obviously a concern across the government, across the U.S. government, across many different entities that previously, I mean, who would have imagined that 20 years ago, if you had said, or 30 years ago, that one of the roles of the U.S. Department of Agriculture and one of the roles of the U.S. Department of Treasury would be broadband deployment, and here we are. And so but in the report, I have to say, I did see a lack of that recognition of these other activities, primarily that we have that this is no longer just an FCC universal service activity, but that is really a much broader activity.
That's right.
And that in many rural areas, the challenge, certainly better technology helps, but much of the technology that's being deployed for fixed access does not tend to be 4G, 5G technology. It tends to be specialized technology by certain vendors that leverage, because they don't have to deal with mobility, they don't have some of the challenges that the generic technology has. So I know you had limited time, but it seems like that is if somebody outside the FCC were to read that, they would say, which newspaper did you not read in that? So.
Okay, I mean, I'll give my answer, and then Brian and Manu, please jump in. So, right, the 6G Working Group report is a FCC-centric document, no question about that. And it is great. It isn't just the fact that there are these other agencies that have the money and the wherewithal and that are doing so many great things to close the digital divide. That's absolutely central. And then the other thing I'll say is, 6G, there are many different groups and parts of the FCC that are working on closing the digital divide. Obviously, the Emergency Connectivity Fund and the Affordable Connectivity Program, which Manu and Brian didn't even mention, those are two gigantically successful initiatives, maybe the two most successful initiatives in the history of the FCC. The ACP just provided its subsidy to the 20 millionth household, The Emergency Connectivity Fund was stood up very, very quickly and has provided connectivity and/or a device to more than 18 million people. So it is certainly true that there are all these other initiatives going on and other groups providing advice into the FCC on this multifaceted problem. I think what we always went back to in our group is we're technology advisors. And so our focus, and we're just a FCC centric group. So the question, ECF and ACP and some of the other programs that other parts of the government have, they have to take the cost structure of broadband as it is. None of those other programs are changing the fundamental end-to-end costs of providing broadband to people who don't have it. So the question for our group is, especially the 6G working group, is with 6G on the drawing board, what can be done to from a technology point of view to fundamentally change the cost of the technology, of the wireless 6G-based technology. Completely agree with you, Henning. That's a sliver, a fraction, a segment of the overall problem.
Yeah, I think you described that well, Dean. Yeah, we looked at it from the point of view of technology and specifically 6G with a narrow focus. It certainly isn't the end of the story. As Manu mentioned, 6G is still under development, and there's a lot of work to do to address this and other issues. So, Manu, did you?
Yeah, no, I just maybe it was my audio, but Dean, I thought I heard you say we didn't mention the Emergency Connectivity Fund, et cetera. So just wanted to point slide 207. We did sort of talk about that. I think I tried to revisit that. Maybe it was just my audio that I misheard.
I think it's the ACP that perhaps isn't mentioned. But, I'll also say from the other, so that's the glass is half empty. The other point is, if you are a FCC staffer, a commissioner, a legal assistant to a FCC commissioner, and you say, where is there a document? And I've heard about 6G. I know that there's work on it. Where is there a FCC document on 6G that's talking about all these different things that are going on at the ITU, at the NextG Alliance, with all these bilateral things that are going on? Where do I find that document? Until today, assuming we adopt ours, there wasn't such a document. So I think that we were asked by the chairwoman's office actually, to create a white paper. And, we could have had a debate for at least 6 months on what topics the white paper should even address. With Brian and Manu's leadership, we had that debate for, I think, maybe a meeting and a half, and then we got right to work. Monisha?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Manu and Brian. So the question I have, and since we're talking about technology and spectrum, is, in my mind, I find it hard to separate, are we asking for more spectrum? So when we talk about lower spectrum, which is obviously what you want for the rural connectivity, is it the spectrum that's more important or the G that's more important? So I think one of the things that we want to delve into a little bit more is, especially when it comes to bridging the digital divide, is if you had maybe even 4G deployed more widely in 600, 700, 800 megahertz today, would we have gotten much further in bridging the digital divide? And from a technology perspective, what do we expect that 6G can do in those bands in particular that's so different from what is being done now to explicitly solve the digital divide? I think those would be some of the interesting things to ask going forward.
I think that's a great question, Manisha. I'll sort of flip the question and look at it not primarily from a spectrum perspective, but from a network perspective. And I think when you look at the 6G architecture, it's very network centric. So this is more of a hybrid network approach where you have, multi-RAT systems, but also multi-core systems. So the idea is some of the innovation on 6G can be, and in 5G you already have an N3IWF network function that looks at non-3GPP defined waveforms and to inject and insert them within the context of a 5G network. So sort of from that perspective or that paradigm, I do feel that there is some strong need in terms of additional study that's required on how some of the fixed wireless access architectures or NTN architectures are going to loop back into a more holistic kind of a 6G environment. Brian, did you want to add anything?
No, I think you've covered it. Yeah.
I think what I'd like to add to that, and I think it's a great question, is, in my experience, as new wireless technology, especially in the 3GPP process, is being designed, end-to-end cost is really not a major direct consideration. Different companies may have different views on different aspects of a standard and how it might, impact their own profitability, but there really isn't anyone looking to drive down the end-to-end cost. So the question is, and that's point one, and point two is, so for IoT, for 4G and then 5G based IoT, there was a flavor of 4G and 5G designed for the specific needs of IoT, 20-year battery life. It doesn't need to, it didn't want something that was going to consume a lot of spectrum. It was almost kind of back to the future, using how many, can we design something that uses 125 kilohertz? So I think one major question for 6G, if it's going to be relevant to closing the digital divide, and that's really, I think, an open question, is, can we go back to is there something beyond, spectrum is the input the FCC can control, and all the rules about it and all the ways that, whether it's going to be shared or auctioned and what, will obviously have a major impact on the cost of 6G. And the question is, in addition to that, in the actual design of the core technology, can there be a flavor of 6G designed that intentionally drives down the end-to-end cost, which would then make it capable of being very important for closing the digital divide?
And the historical experience is that where fixed wireless technology has been deployed primarily in rural areas, it's been unlicensed band. I mean, most of the WISPs are using unlicensed or now CBRS, usually not in the GAA one, for cost reasons and for ease of market entry, since it's hard to get licensed spectrum at a scale that you want. So my concern about the phrasing is that it implies that you need 6G to close the digital divide, while the evidence on the ground, as in the actual deployed one, where, the fixed wireless providers, with the exception of the new entrants, which are largely competitive entrants in urban and suburban areas, have been outside the G spectrum, so to say. They have been largely proprietary or variations of 802.11 type of systems, with proprietary waveforms in some cases as well in that. So to me, that seems a little narrow in its phrasing, because the implication is that we need 6G to do that. The other longer term, and this is, as you said, an economic discussion, and I don't have good evidence for that, but it seems to me increasingly that you have remote areas which no cellular system is ever going to reach, which everybody more or less agrees is NTN type of non-terrestrial type of systems. And you have increasing deployment of fiber, primarily also because you need it as backhaul for the cellular system. And so the areas that are economically served by traditional cellular at capacities that are not just coverage, but are actually home capacities, hundreds of gigabytes a month, seems to have gotten narrower in the last few years, simply because of the bandwidth needs that you have at the home environment. So again, this is more for future discussion that I think would benefit from some more quantitative elaboration and maybe a look back as to why hasn't 3G, 4G, and 5G been more successful in rural areas up to now.
Yeah, the only thing here's what I'll say, and then Brian and Mana, you can say. Completely valid points that you made there, Henning. The only thing I'll say is Brian's company and others recently actually have had success in the millions of subscribers with fixed wire, with 5G in some cases, 4G-based fixed wireless. Remains to be seen what the future of that is, how prevalent that will be, and it's certainly, just one aspect of rural connectivity, no question.
Yeah.
Mostly in suburban areas, not
Yeah.
in the real rural areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian
The
Nirmana?
one point I wanted to make is, we weren't trying to say that you need 6G to close the digital divide, and previous generations are not trying to do that. What we're trying to say is there something as we're designing 6G that can be done to help close the digital divide? And that's, slightly different than saying, we need 6G, that, as you put it, Henning. So, 4G, 5G, operators are closing the digital divide or trying to close the digital divide with those technologies. And as you said, with other non-G technologies. And we're just looking at, is there something we can do as we're designing the next generation that can help close that gap? And that's what the whole purpose of our analysis was.
Okay, Dale, you've been very patient.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Thanks, Dale.
I just want to add my usual speech here, and I'll keep it really, really short. But we are dealing with radio, and radio is subject to jamming, spoofing, sniffing, all kinds of nefarious behavior. And I still feel we're not giving as much attention to that. Plus, the world's just getting to be a meaner place, it seems to me. So we got to think, in my opinion, we need to think a lot. We need to build in the protection, I guess, is some way what I'm saying, and take it into account that these systems are going to be, in some cases, subject to rather severe types of attacks by some, perhaps not very nice people. So it needs to be. And the other point that I've been my own is we're polluting the spectrum at the same time. So we're doing a wonderful job of doing more things, but at the same time, all the additional wireless devices are increasing the residual background noise, especially at some of the lower spectrum bands. So we must be careful, I think, too, about not letting pollution and aggregate raise the background. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. Your comments are appreciated, especially on the security aspects and taking those into account as we move forward into 6G.
Yep. How about Marty?
I just wanted to emphasize 2 points with regard to the digital divide. First is somebody mentioned the issue of this being a sliver of the access problem. The fact that one cannot get a complete education without full-time access to the internet, I hope we all accept. I haven't found anybody that disputes that. But the result of having the divide, of having a large segment of our population who are not fully educated, I think is profound and requires a great deal more emphasis than just saying everybody ought to have access to the internet. The other thing I wanted to emphasize is that this is not just a rural problem, that the biggest problem in the digital divide is in the urban and suburban areas. And the solutions that we talk to, when you talk about 6G, are very often tactical solutions. The use of multi-user MIMO is going to make it possible to cover most of the rural areas economically. And that has not been possible before. And I think that really is 6G and not something else. So I hope we're not going to shuffle the digital divide problem off into a little sub-problem. I think it's a crucial social problem and one that the FCC has to face.
Right. Thank you, Marty. Adam?
So one simple point to make, I think it's something we considered in our working group over the last few years. You know, when I look at the digital divide, I think of a systems problem in which communications is just one aspect. Most of the value, in fact, happens from some form of computing, access to data storage, all kinds of services that enable healthcare, enable education, are useful for law enforcement, okay? And when I take a look at the overall problem, it's not just a rural problem, okay? I would say inner city coverage is just as important. And I really wish that the white paper expressed those aspects within it, okay? And one of the things that I find is that in our governmental structure, somehow having communications separate from those other issues makes no system sense and no market sense.
Adam, I absolutely agree with you about the systems aspect, and part of the system is the education system.
Absolutely.
And the biggest problem is, interestingly enough, it's not 6G and it's not communications, it's getting teachers to totally change the way they educate people. Because giving a lecture to a student who has full-time access to all the knowledge of mankind and giving them a lecture on subjects that they already know more than the teacher about doesn't make any sense. So yes, it is a much bigger problem, but we do have to face the education, the communications part of that.
No, definitely. So the other aspect that goes with this is, if you look at our traditional, I would say, wireless systems, they are cellular in nature. What happens in rural areas and some other areas really sort of begs for a system to think about that actually gives us area coverage, okay, as opposed to just population coverage, okay? And economically, to be able to do that really means a rethinking of the architecture, not an extension of 5G at this point.
Adam, I know this is not the right place to talk about it, but what you guys call multi-user MIMO, and we had different names of it in the old time, really does just what you say. It is not cellular based. It is based upon optimizing
the energy goes between the sender and the receiver and nowhere else.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said you want systems where the energy goes between the user and the sender, the receiver and the transmitter, and doesn't, I would say, pollute the rest of the world at the same time.
And that's exactly what multi-user MIMO does.
Right.
It focuses energy not on a beam, but directly from an array of antennas to an individual point in space. Yeah. And you describe it very well.
Right.
And the last part is heterogeneity, which means you got to think through how 6G interacts with fiber, the satellite systems, and I would say ATSC3 and the broadcast system, which can carry a lot of the payload at the same time.
Sure. So I'm just going to move us along here in the interest of time. Sure. Marvin and Lynn, you guys both had your hands up. Are you?
Just on the digital divide.
Yeah. We can't hear Marvin.
No.
It's just not consistent with area coverage.
No. Forget it. Right. Out of the question. Lynn?
Yeah, so the only thing I was going to say is, I think what we're talking about needing to look at as far as in the future is, I know that there's a lot of fiber that's going in as far as in the rural area. I can think like RUS, we deal with them quite a bit. There's about 76,000 miles of fiber they're putting in. When NTIA finally goes through theirs, there's going to be a ton that's going in as far as with that too. So basically what I think we should be considering as far as with this group is, as these sites get closer or it gets farther out, what technology should we be using as far as from the cell sites to go ahead and get to the end user. And I think it'll be a little bit different than what we're considering today, whether it's in the urban areas or rural. And that's all I had.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
In the broadband industry, are representing broadband as president of different ISP associations. The problem that we've always had in the rural divide, it hasn't changed. It's not a technology solution is what the problem is. There's a cost for delivering. It's not the CapEx, it's your ongoing monthly costs of what your backhaul bandwidth costs are. Now, that same thing affects 5G, 6G as we go forward, because there's a given cost you have to supply that bandwidth to each tower site or location or the end user. As bandwidth requirements from the FCC continue to go up to what we consider the minimal speeds for broadband, that also increases the cost that we have. Now, as broadband costs on backhaul do go down, the demand for the user also goes up at the same time. So we're in a constant, it's not affordable to build there. And that's the same reason the carriers haven't built into these rural areas, is that the ongoing cost to support them, it's not the CapEx to build out, it's the ongoing revenue model. So as you're looking now as to the internet has now become the primary delivery of video. And so it's no longer a bursty network, it's mainly a constant running video stream. Now, as you do that, that means that in order to satisfy the customers, or for whatever the broadband speeds are, as it's gone from 480 to 720 to 1080p to 4K, soon to 6K, that dramatically increases the total bandwidth every single time. And so the amount of what the customer is demanding and delivery costs continue to go up. So what's happening is that if you have to, right now, since it's a video network, you have to have enough capacity. The oversell ratio for what things used to be isn't the same. So you need to have at least 85% of the total amount of bandwidth capacity as what you're saying you're supplying to customers. So if you're saying 100 megs, that means you have to have 85 megs per each customer in your backhaul. You start looking at the cost in the rural broadband as to getting 85 megs in for each one of the customers. You have to charge the customers almost $150 to $200 a month, minus, not counting any type of your infrastructure, your fees, electricity, everything else, and that's why people aren't building. Now, the reason that those backhaul costs are so high is always bothered me, because we live right now where we are basically 45 miles from basically the center of the internet of the world. In fact, Loudoun County is considered the internet capital of the world. It has the lowest cost of internet access in the planet. We're at 12 cents per meg on a gig transport. But yet, as soon as you leave those areas and you hit, because we don't have enough competition in the backhaul providers, we go up to the 44th highest in the world. And that's what's stopping the deployments. And that's the problem we need to do. We need to open up the competition in the backhaul. And that'll open up more for the speeds of how we start leading the world in 6G, speeds, communications, and everything else. We have to change that model.
Thanks for that. Understood. Steve Lanning.
Yes, thank you. I thought one give a shout out for AI. There is fabric data that the FCC now has, which is essentially 477 data at the individual level. And when you look at the distribution of unserved households, you're going to see them in all kinds of areas. It just reinforces what Marty was saying and others were saying, that this is not just a rural problem. It exists in suburban areas as well, and even in some rural areas. There are areas that show up in the middle of Los Angeles, unserved. And so it's, so that's one point. But then the other point is the speed with which we're going in terms of pushing these technologies forward, to me, seems to have the potential to actually increase the digital divide. When you think about the money required for high densification for the highest level of services, the places where you can afford to put that stuff is going to be where the people are and where the money is. And as what's delivered over the network goes up, we heard 20% continuing. That number's sort of been around for a while, 21% annually. And that is, the ability to keep meeting that kind of growth over time. It could go the other way. You could actually have a bigger digital divide, not a smaller digital divide at the rate that we're going.
Good point, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, with that, I'm going to just thank you for a very good presentation, Brian and Manu, and a great discussion afterwards. Very valid points all the way around. So I'm going to move us to the votes here. So first, we'll take a vote on the recommendations of the 6G working group. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. And then a vote on the 6G working group white paper. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, that passes. And with that, thank you very much, Brian and Manu. And that completes the reports of the 4 working groups. Any concluding remarks, Ron, Martin, Michael?
Sure. I won't take much time. I know we're at the very top of the hour here, but it goes without saying, thank everybody for the hard work that went into this council for the past 2 years, right? I mean, we're coming to the close of 2 years of work. Like many councils, committees, you all are very good about identifying the challenges, and we have a lot to digest on the commission side, right? A lot of challenges and hurdles to overcome, but unlike many other committees and councils, this one is pretty good at identifying actionable recommendations to navigate a path to overcome those challenges. And I really appreciate the very difficult thinking that went into and the hard work that went into coming up with just the white papers for this, as well as the actionable recommendations. You won't see the fruits of your labor immediately, I can guarantee you that, but it may be, in fact, many years before we see the fruits of some of the labor that went into this. But that said, I think this committee does a lot of great work in the form of coming up with recommendations on how to get this next generation of communication services out to the public, which is, of course, in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ron, and I'll just say again, thank you, everyone. It was a great meeting and a huge amount of work in a very compressed time frame, so thanks, everyone. And with that, I will close our meeting and just thank everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.